Call to order, councillors. It is 9 a.m. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting on Tuesday, the 16th of September 2025. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed to enable members of the public to observe Council in its decision-making process. It is a requirement that I advise all present that the meeting is being live. I advise all present that your presence at this meeting is taken as consent that your image and your voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public by our live stream. Recordings of this meeting will remain on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of audio and or visual recording of the meeting. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Ben Pakes, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Adam Matchett, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Julie Coburn, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Noel Selby, Councillor Annette Lawrence, and staff Andrew Medal, our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director Operations and Planning, and Mr. Wesley Trotter, Director of Utilities. We also have Ms. Vicky Thomas, Group Manager, Governance and Information Services, and Mrs. Talia Webster, Governance Advisor. Welcome staff, councillors, members of the public, and any other people watching our live stream. We'll now move to our opening prayer. Councillor Bain.
Marangu, Madam Mayor. In our meeting today, may we have the courage to change the things that we can, the serenity to accept those things that we cannot change, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We now move to the acknowledgement of country. Councillor Coburn.
We acknowledge the land of the Dunghutti Nation where we meet today. We thank and respect them for being the traditional custodians of this land for thousands of years before our time. Known as Dunghutti people believe in having a strong mind and a strong body, but most importantly, a strong spirit. We see and feel their presence every day we walk upon this country. Our history now entwines with theirs, and we acknowledge the hurt and loss that has been caused. We walk together as one nation. This land always was and always will be Dunghutti land.
Thank you, Councillor Servicemen, women and their families. Councillor Pakes.
Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women and their families, in particular those who gave their lives in the defence of the freedom we enjoy in the Macleay Valley and across Australia.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. We now move to apologies and applications for a leave of absence. I note that Councillor Wyatt is an apology for arriving late. She will be here in due course as she's been travelling. So can we just note that in the minutes? Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 5, which is the confirmation of minutes. And from the meeting of 19th of August 2025, do we have a mover? Councillor Pakes, seconded Councillor Coburn. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We now move to 6, which is disclosures of interest, and we have a few for today. So, Councillor Lawrence.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary to 10.2, 10.4 and 11.3, as I have known relationships and family members.
And you'll remain in the room for that?
And I'll remain in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Marangu, Madam Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest, non-significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 10.2, First Nations Advisory Group, in that I am the CEO of Dunghutti Local Aboriginal Land Council, and I have professional and personal relationships with the members of the proposed members of the advisory group, but I believe I can remain in chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Matchett.
Yes, similarly, 10.2, I have a worker of the nominees, but it's a non-pecuniary, non-significant relationship, and I'll remain in the chambers.
Thank you. Are there any other conflicts, councillors? No. We'll now move to item 7, which is items passed by exception, and there is a motion in front of you. Sorry, a recommendation in front of you. Before we move the motion or take questions, do councillors wish to remove any items so they may speak to them or vote against them? Councillor Coburn.
I'm doing this on behalf of Councillor Wyatt, if that's if I'm able to. Wyatt requests the 10.12 and 10.13 to be discussed later in the meeting, please.
Clarify the numbers again, please, Councillor.
10.12, the Slim Dusty Centre Annual Report, and 10.13, the prioritisation of sealing of the unsealed roads.
Just they are 10.14 and 10.15 for your oh no. Sorry, I've got the wrong numbers in my business paper that's been printed. 10.3, that is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Any other items to be removed? Councillor Bain, you have questions?
Just a couple of them I'd like to make comments on. Not is that possible at some point, please?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Madam I'd just like to note that in the 10.5, the Kempsey local infrastructure contributions plan, it's bringing together two separate plans and bringing cohesion, greater contributions in Southwest Rocks, and I believe that's because of the increasing density and the need for improving road infrastructure. And I would like to congratulate the CEO on 10.16. I think that's a really great move in transparency and giving community an understanding of the level of engagement that's happening. So through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank the CEO's work, and that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Are there any questions on any of the items that are in the block? Do we have a mover? Councillor Saul, seconded Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. All right, just a moment. I just need to get myself sorted. All right, thank you for bearing with me for a moment, councillors. There are no more minutes, so we'll go straight to reports of committees, which is, we're not discussing that one, so we'll go straight to item 10.1, which is the election of Deputy Mayor. Do we have a mover? Councillor Lawrence, seconded Councillor Matchett. Councillor, you don't want to move it? Councillor Bain can move it. Councillor Matchett can second. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think I'm not clear at the moment how many recommendations there are, but I think it's a great idea to rotate the position of Deputy Mayor, and particularly in that the Deputy Mayor has voting rights at the Local Government New South Wales Conference. So we're clear that this year it'll be Councillor Coburn, but next year it'll be it may be a different mayor, and I think sharing that role and that responsibility is great at building capacity within our council. Maringbu.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Mr. Medal, how many nominations do we have for Deputy Mayor?
One nomination from Councillor Lawrence received in advance with the necessary signatures.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Are there any other nominations for Deputy Mayor? There's no other. I'll hand over to Mr. Myrtle. Is there any dissent on the motion before us? No. I declare it carried. Mr. Myrtle, do you want to take over the election of Deputy Mayor?
There is a single nomination before you, so it seems a bit superfluous to have the need for but I think it would show support for the person who has put themselves forward if council were prepared to endorse their nomination and either vote for or against the nomination of Councillor Lawrence to be the Deputy Mayor for a period of 1 year. Can I now see the elected members? Those
Just
for the motion.
Just a question, if I may. Yeah, I just would hope that we could hear the 3-minute speech. Does that happen before or after? Question. Usually it would happen before.
Usually only if there's a.
Only if there's an election. Okay, I just want to hear from Annette. That's
Okay, so can I have a show of hands for those in support of Councillor Lawrence being the Deputy Mayor?
It's just a show of support.
Yeah. Thank you. That was unanimous. Hand over to Councillor Lawrence, new Deputy Mayor, to address her colleagues.
Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate your support. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I did have a speech prepared. Thanks, Councillor Stan. Thanks. Yeah, so I speak I've worked tirelessly to represent our community with integrity, passion and purpose. I believe my record speaks for itself. I was honoured to be selected Toolkit Advisory Group, a role that allows me to contribute to shaping culturally safe practices across councils in New South Wales. I was deeply humbled to receive a Pat Dixon Award, which recognises outstanding leadership and commitment to communities in local government. This award is not just a personal milestone, it's a reflection of the collective progress we are making together. One of my proudest achievements this year is successfully moving the notice of motion to establish our First Nations Advisory Committee, a vital step in ensuring Aboriginal voices are heard and respected in our decision-making processes. I'm committed to continuing this work, building strong foundations and advocating for all members of our community. As Deputy Mayor, I believe in inclusive leadership, strong advocacy, and continuing to deliver real outcomes for our community. I will bring the same energy and dedication that I've demonstrated throughout my term so far. To my fellow councillors, I'm proud of how far we have come in these 12 months, and I hope to only serve alongside you and support us for another 12 months in working together to achieve great outcomes for our community. Thank you so much for your support, and I continue to move forward together in the best interests of the council and the Shire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. If everyone just wants to. And we've dealt with that item, but I just want to Coburn for her last 12 months in the role of Deputy Mayor. It's been great to have you fulfill that role, and I'm sure a great experience for you as well. Is there a way to wrap up your time? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, you're not putting me on the spot at all. I wish Councillor Lawrence every success. We had a long discussion around this, and I will never stand in the way of anybody who has a direction that they want to travel in. And I think it's very important that all of us as leaders in the community really get up and support and encourage other people to lead. That's a really key to do that. So I will throw my support behind Councillor Lawrence, and I wish her every success.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Clap for her last efforts. Thank you. We'll now move to item 10.2, which is the First Nations Advisory Group appointment of members. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, Councillor Coburn, would you like to open debate?
Yes, I think it is really encouraging to see the number of expression of interest that came to council to be on this particular group. I think it is a great way to start off having a diverse group of people. And when I actually looked through the list of people that are going to forward, it is really quite diverse. And I think that's really important, that we're stretching across the entire LGA and trying to bring together opinions from all areas and all walks of life within the Aboriginal community, which will give us a broader viewpoint of what they may bring to council. I see this as a positive direction for us to be able to get the viewpoint from the Aboriginal community in the way that we present our policies and plans, and to have their input into some of the council matters. I think ability to be able to make decisions and hopefully work really well and cohesively together to make sure that the viewpoints of this group and their ideas and feelings are well considered by the council. So I believe a great step forward for us, particularly look at the demographics of our area. We do have a high proportion of Aboriginals within our community that we can walk alongside them. For me, I think we all need to have an open mind and give this advisory committee every opportunity to succeed. And as I look forward to what the committee will be able to bring to us with a different viewpoint, with a different lens, so that we can consider how we as a council work with that community to make sure that we are listening to their ideas and hopefully I'm really hopeful that we will also be able to enter into community partnerships with the Aboriginal community. They have access to a tremendous amount of funding for specialty areas that they're interested in, and I believe that will be a positive move forward for our council to possibly be able to tap into that as well. So I definitely support the committee and I really look forward to them actually convening for the first time, coming together and starting off the process. Wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Coburn, and welcome to Councillor Wyatt. That's all right. We'd already noted them, so not a problem at all. Councillor Wyatt, just microphone on. Can you just state your conflict on this item? Thank you.
I have a professional association with someone on that list, so non-pecuniary, non-financial interest.
Thank you. And will you be staying in the room for debate?
Affirmative.
And voting, yeah. Thank you. Do we have any questions on this item? No? Any debate? Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I would like to speak in favour of the motion. I understand that the quorum of the meeting will be 11, so that's half the nominated members plus 2 plus 2. And I think there was a really clarity, the transparency of the process in developing this, and I've been having a look through the nomination summary, and I think there's a really good balance of age, there's a good balance of professional experience, there's a great balance of representation from community. So I'd just like to really encourage my colleagues to support this congratulate council staff on the thoroughness of the development of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any more debate?
Can I speak?
Are you speaking for or against?
Against.
I'll go to Councillor Saul and then Councillor Pakes. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, in the situation, it's not easy. I've had people approach me who aren't happy with how it's morphed. I said earlier, they're not happy how people weren't consulted. They haven't been done in transparent enough. And they were coming to me as a councillor for a long standing, saying we'd like you to have our views heard. In this chamber, we have diverse views, and I think that's fine. We should be able to have diverse views, and we should be able to vote according to those views. Madam Mayor, so the point was, it has been frustrating for many people in the town who believe the process wasn't transparent sufficiently, and that's what their back is up against. So for that reason, I won't support this. The numbers are here, it'll go through. I hope it does be successful, but the point was I promised that I would represent those views, as we should do, and in a polite and cordial manner. So I've done so. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Pakes.
I'd like to speak in strong favour of the community representatives who have put their hand up to make a difference in the Macleay. Now, that's a reason why all the councillors at this table have put their hand up and been voted in by the community, but these people are even more important than that. They are doing this off their own bat because they want to make a difference. And this is an unprecedented opportunity in the Macleay Valley. This has never been available to any other Indigenous group in the Macleay Valley before this time. So I say to each and every one of us, take this opportunity. It's a great one. You will be part of bringing a community together and making a big difference in the Macleay. And you represent not just the Indigenous community, you represent everyone in our valley, because we're all behind you and we back you. So yeah, thank you very much to the people who have put their hand up. I can't wait to see the outcomes, and I think it's perfect timing that Councillor Lawrence was because it's taken 12 months to get to this position, and I'm very glad that she wasn't deputy last year, because her work in this area will be much more have much more benefit to the broader community, I believe. So outcomes, I can't wait to see outcomes. That would be my encouraging words, is that, you know, please dream big to what you want to create in the valley for this group. It's not limited. It's only limited by imagination as to what you think, how much better you can make this valley. So yeah, please do not be too limited by what you think you can achieve. Council can help you. Once we have a mayor who circulates in both state and federal situations, and so those connections may be very useful to the people of the Macleay Valley. We only heard yesterday around some of the links to the state level that our mayor had been talking to, and it's just a good thing. It's a good thing for our valley. So yeah, please make the most of the opportunity. Can't wait to see the results. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Are there any other speakers for this motion? Any new? Would any? Councillor Matchett?
I just have a question, Madam Mayor. Are we appointing the two council members?
Yeah.
today?
So once we have to make a resolution first. So once we've resolved the business, we'll go to I'll hand over to the CEO to complete that. So if there's no new debate, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissent. The motion is carried. Mr. CEO, will you look after the election of the two councillor representatives to the group?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are seeking two nominees to represent council on the First Nations Advisory Group. Can I have a show of hands as to who is interested in serving on this group, to see whether we need a formal process? I have.
I'll withdraw my nomination. That's okay.
We have three nominations all to my right, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Selby, and Councillor Coburn. Okay. The process from here is an open ballot via a show of hands for each candidate. How many votes per candidate? Do you want me to? Yep, you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So the way this will work in open voting is we'll run an election for the first councillor representative first, second election for the second councillor representative. The election will work by show of hands. Given there's three candidates, we'll get a show of hands for each of the three candidates. If one of those candidates has a majority of votes, that is 5 or more, they will be elected. If no councillor gets 5 or more, the councillor who gets the least number of votes will be elected, and there'll be a second runoff round of voting. Will be excluded, and there will be a second round of runoff voting then with only 2 candidates remaining, once we've elected the first councillor rep with only the 2 remaining candidates for the second one.
So for the first, I call for a show of hands for the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lawrence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unam. Councillor Lawrence is ace. We have Councillors Selby and Coburn remaining in the ballot for the second position. Can I have a show of hands, please, for Councillor Selby? And for Councillor Coburn, please. Thank you. Councillor Coburn is elected position. Congratulations to the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. We now move to item 10.3, Parking Action Plan for Coastal Settlements. Do we have a mover? Councillor Selby, do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Selby, would you like to open debate?
As soon as I find my paperwork, through. Yeah, I'd just like to speak on it. I think that a lot of what's in this, I totally agree with. Some of it I don't. I know there's going to be an amendment on it put up. Yes? No? Yeah. Yeah. The major things I see with it is that it's something that's never happened in the Shire before, or very little of it, and I think it's long over needed, especially in the busier times, Christmas, holidays, long weekends towards the warmer weather, just of a normal weekend, because in both Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head, as we've heard from yesterday, for and against, it's something that we really need. And I'd like to thank the General Manager for the way he's gone about it. The way he's looked into it, and the majority of the things that he's come up here with. I think the amendments about will be, and other than that, it's just something that we need. We really need this. as councils, never look for ways to make revenue on anything else. There's no suggestions coming up that I've heard of, and this is, you know, a part of it. Let's just get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. Questions on this item? Councillor White, do you have questions or do you have debate? Questions? Councillor White?
I have a few questions. Can I answer them, or would you prefer me to take them on for expedience? All of them? All right. I just wanted to run through some of the report, and I'm just going to run it through in order that it appears on there. Around this one is about ranger availability. So regarding the industrial award impacts, I have no issue there. However, this is based on a meeting that I had with the now Director Corporate and Commercial several months ago. I was led to believe that with consent. Question A is this advice still correct? And question B, was this considered?
Mr. Medal.
Happy to address that. It's not just a question of additional hours or flexing the workforce. What we are needing here is a significant uplift in the number of hours that are available. Councillors were quite clear with me in discussions that this was a 7-day-a-week service with some evening service as well. That can't be resourced within the existing team, even pushing that further. There were some questions last night on how far we can push the envelope, but with the level of service, I think that can be managed within the existing team.
All right, thank you. So the second is, well, that's not the second. The second one is powers to move on. So rangers don't have, in the report says rangers don't have the powers to move on, but can issue fines. Behaviour change was one of the objectives that I put up for the NOC, is very influential in helping people make decisions. Was that considered as part of the analysis and the assumptions around the fact that it was sort of, my interpretation of that is that because rangers don't have the power to move on, it's not effective. But there is that other side of things around behaviour change and a presence. So yeah, was that considered as part of the analysis and the assumptions with moving the powers to move rangers on, people on?
Can I just interject for a moment? Just be careful with your line of questioning, because it's like you're almost using it to put to debate. So just with your questions, try to be as succinct as possible, because the more drawn out they are, the more that you can include points and the more you can kind of extend your speech, if that makes sense. So just take that on board in your questioning. Hand over to the CEO now.
Thank you. Yes, that was taken on board. The moving people on is a misconception in terms of that we could actually do something about the challenge. The powers there lie with the police, and they're reticent to use them as well, because sometimes those campers may not be able to move on safely. So our powers are to issue a fine, and that will probably start in morning, but it won't solve the problem immediately. So as you say, it takes time for word to get out there that we're serious about this, but it won't solve the problem.
Thank you. Next one is around the level of fines. And I agree that it won't be cost recovery, especially if 700,000 is required to implement. So in the previous councils, we talked about, I believe, Director of Operations provided information that led us to believe in the last council that a new category of fine was being proposed to address this the category of overnight stay in a vehicle. And I've asked this question a few times in follow-ups, but there's still no updates. So number one, I was wondering if I'm not sure if I've got this clear enough, but is the Director of Operations able to provide clarity to me on that advice, and what is the proposed amendment, and what process does it need to go through to make that new category of fine? And if it is correct, where is it up to?
Mr. Jackson.
Single unit is applied by magistrates. So It's not as easy as it sounds, and attempted a number of avenues and not been successful. So at this point in time, we don't have a mechanism available to us to increase the fines. Different offences, and there's Crown lands versus council road reserves versus other forms of reserves and land. But to this point, we haven't yet found a way to increase the fines.
If I can further to that to help the councillor, I know that you've been away, councillor, and we have discussed some of the thinking behind this particular report. So at the moment, the level of restrictions for parking in the two settlements is relatively low. There is where there are specific time plates that are in position, but the majority of fines are issued for ignoring, which is the lowest category of revenue. So part of the solution is looking at the creation of no stopping zones when car parks are no longer used as car parks, which triggers a much higher level of fine, and also putting on the contractor to know the exact delineation between ordinary land and Crown land when, again, a much can be levied on the person who has committed the offence. So I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned, my norm was about behaviour change. I'm aware that there's other councils that have these problems as well. Did you have any discussions with other councils, coastal councils that are in similar position? The congestion?
Yes. So after the last meeting, I received correspondence from one of the community groups, and I asked them for we've been in contact with them. Most of those councils are much bigger than ours and have a dedicated parking team as opposed to a ranger team, which means that they have a dedicated resource just dealing with illegal parking and camping. You could view that this report is in effect creating that option for us with a dedicated resource that is outsourced, purely looking at the parking and camping issues that we face in similar situations.
And I've got a couple of questions about discounted and then some finance questions. And I understand that you had a meeting about this, and this is one that I very studied whilst I was overseas. Ranger employment again. Again, I had a meeting with the when I first brought this up with the former CEO, I had a meeting with him and the former Director of Corporate and Finance, and I've also had a meeting with the current Director of Corporate Finance and Functional Areas and PDs. And I believed that that meeting we talked about a functional shift of the Ranger PD was possible to separate out some of those functions between animals and rangers. If the Director of Corporate and Commercial can recall that, is that advice still correct? Is that you can do a functional review without affecting staff employment? And was that considered?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The discussion we had was around the award provisions and so on. So the answer to that question was that you can change job functions. We can't do it unilaterally. There is a process we need to go through. We need to consult with the workforce that are affected by that change in functions. We need to consult with the consultative committee, and we need to consult with the union. So it is a rather lengthy and onerous process. There is no guarantee that those parties will agree to changing the contents of somebody's particular position description. If they do not agree, that leaves council in a position where we have created a redundancy, which we then need to pay out and hire people for those new positions.
So we talked about that specific ranger compliance to animals, because animal has a whole bunch of different issues. Was that considered, or will that, or could that be considered as a long-term option to separate out those functions?
So that's already happening. We do have within the Ranger team a functional split of those who spend most on in terms of animal welfare and those who do not. The challenge is not in terms of the functional split, but more in terms of the total capacity need to cover the additional hours that are required, and the current award has some real challenges in terms of overtime penalty rates and so on for staff expected to work significantly longer hours. For me, as a I suppose the manager of the operational function, I'm also struggling with the capability of staff. I have a couple of staff who are not at work through health reasons, and 2 team who are on light duty. So in terms of our capacity currently, we're not at full capacity, and would need significant capacity, probably 4+ staff to handle the additional hours if we were to in-house that under the current regime. Hope that helps.
So what is the current capacity? What is the current capacity? Yeah, what is the current capacity of the Rangers if they're all functioning? Yeah, how many are employed?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. There's currently 4 Rangers, including the team leader and also a pound attendant who predominantly works at the pound and working with animal adoption, etc. And they do all of the shifts, whether it be pound across the weekend, visiting twice a day over the weekends, and all of the shifts and enforcement.
Next one is about the traditional rangering. I try and change my question around this. One sentence context. I feel that, like, I understand that the ranger role could become obsolete due to the inherent dangers they face, especially when operating alone. Do they not face danger or abuse in enforcing the animal rules, like going in? Yeah, do they not face the same?
Mr. Medal.
Yep, absolutely. Rangering's a particular challenge. Dangerous animals at times, and sometimes not very pleasant humans. So it is a challenge. We try and manage that by operating your buddy system, so that officers work together in pairs to try and mitigate that. Really, solution proposed reduces the labour component by not requiring them to patrol on foot and not having to leave a vehicle.
So out of the 4 rangers and the team leader, so with animals where it's particularly difficult or contentious or dangerous, they're going to operate two. And if they're doing like a compliance from a vehicle, or if capacity, take 2 with them.
The solution is to put a contractor will operate under different rules, and if we put all the things in place that are proposed, they'll be able to operate from a vehicle without needing to leave it to chalk tyres and so on, because we've moved to a technological solution. At the moment, the 2 staff who are at work, one both of them have health issues and so are unable to work nights or long hours. So it is creating a challenge for us. But the idea is, again, this traditional approach, what's worked or hasn't worked. You're quite clear. The current approach, the traditional approach to rangering, is not working. So that's why this element's discounted, and a step change in the approach to this is proposed for you.
Do they wear body cameras, or have you thought about body cameras?
Yes, so body cameras have been discussed, and I have a feeling there's a new state policy coming to help us in that regard. I might ask Mr. Thorogood if you've got any update on that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I don't necessarily have an update on the new stage. We do have a challenge that councils are not one of the bodies which are permitted under the Surveillance Devices Act to use body-worn cameras to particularly record audio. So we have some restrictions on how we can use them. We either can only use them to record video, or we can only activate audio at the point that a ranger has a genuine fear for their safety.
Oh, that's interesting. We have to wear body cameras. And the face of the council, yeah, my point number 7 in misconceptions is around face of the council, and it talks about, I'll just read it, an approach to include parking and camping enforcement as part of a concierge service at Crescent Head and South West Rocks has been discounted because of the potential conflict between the helpful face of council and the compliance face of council. Longer term, as illegal parking decreases opportunity, we reconsider. The conflict between helpful face and compliant face, that's my question. It's a bit like good cop, bad cop, but I also sort of think short-term pain, long-term gain. What is meant by the concierge service, and how does that become the bad cop face of council?
Okay, if I can help the councillor with that, quite common in bigger seaside towns is that there will be like a visitor information service, tourist information, somewhere where you can go. Certainly at Southend, we ran a pier and foreshore service, and that was about helping people who had come to enjoy a day at the beach. If you mix that going out, the people who just told where to go to the beach, where the toilets are, and get an ice cream or whatever, and then they're putting a ticket on people's car, I think that's a very difficult role for an individual to have. So I think the separation of those two functions, and as I say, in bigger places, they have a dedicated parking team, and then you can have a much more caring concierge role, which I think councillors have mentioned to me as something that would be a good idea in terms of having a dedicated person who can clean the toilets, be the face of council and so on in Crescent Head, or as we currently have someone who is local and based in South West Rocks who cleans the loos. How do we extend that role into someone who can provide some sort of visitor support?
Councillor, how many more questions do you have?
I do have some questions on the finance as well, but I was going to just ask rather than asking individual, because you might answer them with the one question. I just want an explanation of the table, the action. So the questions were around, is it a one-off, ongoing or stayed? What's the breakdown? But perhaps if you want to speed things up, I can just ask the question. Can you just go through detail of the table?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's a series of one-off costs which are incurred in establishing what is proposed, and those are largely the capital costs. So we need to put in additional signing and lining, but that would last more than 1 year. So it's a capital investment that will be a once-off cost. Some of the other costs are annual. So the contract for someone to run the service will be an annual fee. The audit will be a one-off fee to understand what we've got there, so that we can then make the correct investment in capital. Phase 2, I believe, is likely to not be to be the subject of an amendment. The community meetings, I think, will be a once-off to enable the community to understand what's planned, but there will be some small budget required then for the ongoing communications with that. And then there will probably still be some ongoing costs for council in the contract management element of the enforcement section. So I hope that helps, but happy to answer any other questions if that is needed.
I just one on the phase 2, the additional parking that would need. could that not be done with developer contributions? Or it does say that actually. No, it does say that actually. So that would need an amendment to the I can't think of what it's called, the Section 711 plan. That would need an amendment to add that to the schedule, or it's just a given that community facilities can be included without an amendment.
So this would come out of the existing plan that's already been collected, so it's able to be delivered as required. Discussion recently has led me to believe that this has been put forward to the community before and is unlikely to find favour. Councillor Pake spoke to me yesterday that he'd be foreshadowing a motion to remove this from the recommendation. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
That's okay. I'll stop now.
Thank you, Councillor White, Councillor Bain, and Councillor Saul.
Martin Boo, Madam Mayor. My question would be, are our employees covered by an EBA, employee bargaining agreement, or are they operating under the local government award?
Mr. Thorogood.
Mayor, council's employees are covered by the local government state award.
Mr. Councillor Saul.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, a question on the funding, the expense of $22,500 together with $760,000. A question to the GM, to the CEO, if I may, Madam Mayor. Where will this funding come from? Will it come from not roads, I hope?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. The question, the answer that I would reiterate is probably the final paragraph of impact on financial sustainability in the report, which states this project is unfunded and councillors will need to be mindful of the potential of ongoing funding of the ongoing financial impost this project is likely to have at a time when the second part of a special rate variation has not been endorsed and when austerity measures are required for the benefit of everyone in the Shire.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, second question, with your indulgence, please. Should a motion go through to proceed with this, would that then necessarily have to have a levy on Crescent Head residents to pay for parking out there?
So there is no intent to introduce a schedule of fees, new fees or charges for residents. The potential introduction of paid parking is to enable behaviour change. So what we're looking at there is that there will be a significant period of free parking, and then when paid parking was introduced after 4 hours or after 6 hours, that would be at a very steep rate to discourage people from staying in those parking spaces and to enable some churn so that locals and visitors were able to access the parking that's closer to the beach.
So, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, there's no intention then to put additional cost on their rates for Crescent Head residents over this?
There's no plan to introduce if you like, a special levy on Crescent Head or Southwest Rocks residents' rates, nor is there a plan to introduce a residence permit system, which will be a levy by the back door.
Thank you.
Councillor Pakes, do you have questions?
Yes. To the CEO, the parking action plan for settlements attachment 1 in Main Street, has that been consulted with the community, or is that just put forward in this motion?
That's a document that was produced, I think, in the late 2010s, based on the data that was available at the time. I'm not aware of any community consultation on that particular document. What I am thinking of from what I've heard from the councillors in the debate and elsewhere is that there's a need for us to update the traffic figures for both Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head to understand just the level of vehicular traffic in those areas and the level of parking stress that's being created by that additional growth in traffic that's probably been seen since that work was initially done.
And through you, Madam Mayor, to remove point 4, at what point would that occur? I'd like to move to remove that point 4, that attachment 1 be part of the plan, because my understanding is that plan was rejected by the community at Crescent Head many years ago.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Selby, do you accept the amendment of just that Council, Mr. Medal?
If it helps, Council, I'm suggesting, I think in line with what Councillor Pakes is proposing, that the recommendation changes to point 1B endorses the action plan contained in table 1 with the exception of phase 2 and deletes point 4. I hope that helped.
What Mr. Medal has just stated is now on the screen before you. Councillor Selby, do you accept that as an amendment?
Phase 2, yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, the amendment is. The amendment's now the motion. We're now back to debate. And if there's any questions on this new motion, Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I please seek some clarification around the buddy system that we have, that when rangers go out, they go out in support of each other. Is it necessary for both the rangers to be qualified rangers in that instance?
Normally the case, through you, Madam Mayor, normally the case is that only the authorised officer would need to be an authorised officer. They could be accompanied by someone else for welfare reasons. They're still going to need to be an employee of the council for WHS reasons. So it needs to be someone within that team and someone potentially who's been through conflict training and so on, so that they're aware of the signs about escalation.
Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I just want 2 questions on clarification as well. So number 4 has been removed, which is that plan for Main Street. Can I just get clarification on, does that never ever mean that we still don't look at sort of parking options in and around Crescent Head, or is that specifically to that?
Mr. Medal.
Because the previous point said something about, I don't have it up on the screen, it's gone. But I just want the clarification of, does that mean never ever will parking be, sort of additional parking spaces be considered in Crescent Head, or just so there will be some other mechanism to look at parking in the future? Or could be?
So the intent of the amendment is to take out the proposal within this report. It doesn't fetter your discretion for further review of parking provision in Crescent Head or South West Rocks or any other part of the Shire.
Cool, right. And I just wanted a second point of clarification too, is the enforcement, the prescribed parking areas. This is the contract that you're talking about with $600,000 to be outsourced for a contract to deliver all of those. And I was just unclear on what that is. Would you mind explaining that, please? You probably did last night, but sorry.
Thank you. Yes, so prescribed parking areas are a different regime to what we have currently, and they are the vehicle that enables appropriate authorities to be able to undertake enforcement using cameras. So at the moment, we physically have to put a ticket on a car, or if they're illegal camping, we have to go through a process to find out who is undertaking the illegal camping, not the owner of the vehicle. With this process, we'll be able to capture that data electronically, which means a contractor wouldn't have to leave their car, and then we are able to send the fine in the post as opposed to having to affix it to the vehicle. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Are there any other questions on the motion? Councillor Coburn.
I just have one question around point 2. We're instructing the CEO to seek to procure a service. I feel that, and then saying that it's going to bring that procurement process back to council for a decision. Then we move into allocating the costs for that procurement. Am I reading that correctly, Madam Mayor?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. The intent is for it to be unambiguous that you're telling me to go out and procure a service, given the value of the service that we're looking to procure. That will be something that I think is politically and financially sensitive enough for council to have the final say. What you are then being asked to do in in point 3, is to note that these additional costs will then form part of a future decision when you get your Q1 budget review. So just asking you that we're not getting you to sign off with a precise figure. That will be a decision you will make at QBR1 stage when that report comes to council. We're just putting that in there clarity and for transparency that these are the likely costs. And that they will come to you at a future date for final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. I would then, I feel that that's a little bit ambiguous, because the way that I've actually read that is that we are agreeing to allocate that money, whereas I feel that decision really comes after we get your information around the procurement service. So I wonder if point 3.
Do you have a question, Councillor Coburn?
Should point 3 be in there to be considered?
For us, without that, then we've got no guide as to how much you're expecting us to spend. So it's just I suppose a bit of clarity for us that that's what the likely costs are going to be, and therefore, if they're reflected in the first quarterly budget review, we would expect support from the chamber. If the costs are dramatically different from that, then we can be clear that we may not have support in this chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Councillor Bain.
For clarity then, could I propose amending some of those words in point 3 to that council agrees to consider the allocation of an additional, etc. Would that bring any? Would that still enable clarity, or would that just vague it up too much?
I'm happy with whatever councillors would like to wordsmith there. The intent is just to be transparent for the community around the cost of that, and then the process will be the formal change to the budget will occur at QBR1.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Marangu, Madam Mayor. So if we were to change that wording to show that so what I'm hearing is that this is an indicative amount. It's a rough ballpark figure that we can come back that when you've sought the procurement process, we'll be reconsidering it. I think that changing it to consider the allocation actually shows that it is just an indicative figure. So if I could move that.
Are you proposing an amendment
there?
Can
I propose that amendment, please.
Just before you do, if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, something councillors need to be very aware of is council can't undertake a procurement for which it does not have certainty around budget. So when you say we can do a procurement process and come back to you and you can decide on the number later, council's not acting in good faith if we ask tenderers to prepare tenders in response to an offer, a treaty we're making, that we do not have certainty that we can accept some tenders at the other end of that process. So before we can undertake a procurement, we do need some level of certainty that councillors are prepared to spend the money when they come back.
So from my understanding from that, we need to have agreed to have spent this money before we go to tender. Otherwise, we're not acting in good faith. So we can't change it from agrees to consider the allocation. Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, we are in debate now, I take it?
No, not quite. Not quite yet, Councillor Wyatt.
I'm sorry to take up time. I read the speech notes from Chara last night, and given that for me the nom came from consultation with them, has there been any discussion with them? That my question specifically is, sorry. So this was driven by Chara. What was the ELT's response to the presentation last night? And have you had any discussions with Chara about this, about the plan?
So ELT have no role in this. The presentations last night were to council, not to ELT. So with less than 12 hours or so since the last presentation was not something ELT have met and discussed. There have been conversations following the last meeting with some people. I'm not sure. I spoke with Mr. Scotton and I think Fred as well, following the last meeting. They're the two people I've spoken with myself on this, together with some other residents when I was down there last Friday at Crescent Head.
Is there any debate on this motion? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I thank the CEO for his thorough report. It certainly puts the costings out in the front for ourselves and for the community to see. And the question is, of course, will the community wear such costs? We are supposed to be reviewing our finances with the object cutting costs and trying to be as austere as possible and still run our shire. If this were to get up, I think it would be a lot of backlash from the community. Like I said, there's always been suggestions after it's come out in the community, there's going to be special levies on people have in that areas to pay for such. Is there going to be other costs? Because to fundraise for this and to pay for this is quite expensive. Madam Mayor, I think I won't be supporting the idea of allocating this. I think the community expects us to be more mindful of our spending and to be more prudent. I think we should vote this down and not proceed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Are there any speakers for the motion? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank Mr. Medal. Thank you for the really detailed report and taking the misconceptions and the, what was the other one? Discounted. I think that's really good. And I think for the community, that's putting it really clear on paper to myth bust in the future. So I think that's really good. To be honest, it's not what I had hoped. However, I understand the constraints, being a CEO of a large organisation with industrial conditions and ratepayers pressures and councillors desperately wanting everything to roads rather than spending money. So I understand the complexities that you've prepared this report. I think it's good. What I do have concerns about is the future of the ranger function in particular. I mean, it's clear that there are work health and safety issues associated with that. In the next bit, we're talking about compliance, and it's a very complex role. And a ranger, it's really complex, and I would sort of like to see some kind of big review, probably through local government, not just here. I just don't think that category of ranger fits to what perhaps we, or me anyway, as councillors want, and that's no disrespect on the ranger staff as well. It's alarming that there are staff that are, I don't know if it's work health and safety matters, but personally, I think actually dealing with what they have to deal with, especially the dogs, is quite horrific, and I wouldn't like that at all. I think the pound as well. I like the idea of, and I think we're going to be doing some work in the pound, and animal welfare is really important. Having a really good functioning pound and having those volunteers. Those volunteers are legends. They save so much money for council, looking after the welfare of the dogs and the community as well. So I would like to see some kind of reform around that in the future. Not, and I'm not going to put up a motion to say that at all. So I thank you for putting up this report. And, there is a reluctance to spend money, but we can't just stop spending money because we need to be sustainable. If we do that, we stop having these meetings. We turn the lights out. We get rid of some of the cars. We cannot stop spending money. We do have to continue to operate and meet those legal requirements, community expectations around spending money. So I support it, and I thank you for doing that report. And also, and also thank you to Daniel, or Mr. Thorogood, for helping me understand and unpack this over the probably 2 years as Craig, former CEO. I had a massive list of questions to begin with, 30 odd questions. So I thank you for all working through that. Same with Chara and the community. We've had quite a few meetings with the Chara community about this, and I really thank them, particularly President. I think he's acted very with a lot of dignity and respect, and handled and represented the community and the group really well. Some groups can just be, not in my experience, not here, some groups can just be really difficult to deal with, but I think this group has been really good to deal with. So I thank you all for that, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor White. Do we have any speakers against? Councillor Matchett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have great sympathy for the people of Crescent Head and South West Rocks in dealing with this issue, and I acknowledge what a significant issue these parking problems are. But for me, the solution provided, it gives me no faith that we will provide a cost-effective way to solving this issue. Rather will only serve to grow a deficit that we've all supposedly agreed to try and rein in. I think when we've got a several $1 million gap in our operating budget, I can't endorse adding another $750,000 to that. To me, I think that's financially reckless. So I implore my fellow councillors to reject this motion and work with council to provide a more cost-effective and suitable solution, and one that won't worsen our financial situation.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Are there any speakers for the motion? Councillor Pakes.
My fellow councillors, attending Crescent Head on a daily basis to drop kids off, you do get a hands-on view of what's occurring. And we all don't reside at Crescent Head, and we all don't reside at South West Rocks, but I can tell you the people that do reside in those areas absolutely know that this is required. Something is required to change. Now our new CEO has put a plan together. It's his first real plan he's put together for us. And I commend Mr. Meddle's work at this front. And I see it as a step forward in some change in that area. Yes, it has costs associated to it, but it also should have some revenue to return to council, because people who are, and the revenue will not be required to be spent if behaviour change occurs. So if we get behaviour change out of this this spending, and it may not be the whole lot, it's just an allocation, it may not be the whole lot. If we get behaviour change, the outcome is received by the community. And ultimately, we are here to represent the community, and the community has spoken over and over again about this topic. This is not new. This is not something that's come around in 5 minutes. I put that to the councillors that have been in this chamber before. You've heard this over and over. If you've been in this chamber before and you haven't done anything, this is the first time the chamber's had a real action plan to do something. Well, hello, we've got a chance to vote on it. Yes, it has a cost associated to it. Most things do, but you won't get behaviour change, and you won't get any change in those coastal communities without something changing. And this is your action plan. Vote for it, or expect the same. Complaints from community, unhappy residents, illegal camping, dogs running around everywhere. I camped at Delegate Nobby on the weekend and experienced exactly that. Admittedly not in a council ranged area, but I can tell you it's rampant. And with the sun coming out, people coming up the coast more often, we're just coming right into the peak season of it. So if you think that this is not something that's worth spending money on and having a solution for, and ultimately we're here to make solutions, or attempt to make solutions, and that's what this is about. And I absolutely endorse the CEO and back him in his position he's put to us. And I also back him to make changes if required. If it doesn't work and what's been put forward is not working, I back him to make some changes and bring them to us and say that that's worthwhile. So I endorse the new CEO and I endorse what he's put to us. And I hope that my fellow councillors, this is something he has seen as an opportunity for changing our community. He's been out there firsthand and had a look and sees what happens. He knows. So, yeah, I absolutely endorse my fellow councillors to get behind this motion.
Thank you. Do we have speakers against? Councillor Bain?
Yeah, Marangbu, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm really hearing what people are saying about the unacceptable level of congestion in these beautiful coastal villages that we are responsible for. I welcome the phase 1 idea in the action plan of gathering data and making decisions based on data, and the development of that, as was pointed out, the prescribed parking areas, we know, which would provide increased income and enable non-direct enforcement compliance. I support the second part of the education, the community meetings, a social media campaign and local information, but I have got significant concerns about close to north of $750,000 in operating costs and where that's going to come from. I think it must be extremely confusing for staff to have councillors here that are saying, I will not support a rate variation, and then say, but we want to spend money on this. It's like, it's very, very difficult. There is no short-term quick solution. I think gathering data and putting in community education is really, really important. And I think we need to understand that if we are going to outsource, that we have to outsource because of the workplace health and safety and the psychosocial impact. It was pointed out to us in discussion. We're doing compliance 7 days a week, that no worker under our award can work 7 days consecutively and without going on to full-on penalty rates. So someone can work 5 days and have 2 days off, right? But if they've worked penalty rates for the 6th and 7th day, and then they have penalty rates for every day until they have a day off. And this is under the award. It's not an EBA. There's no negotiation around this. So council staff providing compliance and enforcement is not a financially sustainable option. $600,000 for outsourcing an annual, I don't think is an affordable option. I do think that getting a greater understanding of the problem and maybe developing some of that signage is a good option, but I can't, in this time of financial constraint, where nobody wants to pay more rates, that we can that we cannot adopt this. And it pains me to say so, but yeah, I can't see that that costing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have any speakers for? Councillor Coburn.
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to commend our new CEOs. Just his listening to the community and listening to the councillors about this particular issue. And it has come before us as a council. It is a really long-term issue, I believe, that will bubble over into something much larger, particularly in Crescent Head and South West Rocks, just due to the increase in the population that is coming, along with the tourism. It creates issues for our community that's obviously of a very, very high importance to them. I know I became a councillor, like most of us, to really, really engage with community, to listen to them. I understand the financial constraints of council. I have been an advocate well and truly for financial sustainability, and I will continue to advocate very strongly in that space. I am comfortable with this based on the fact that, as Councillor Pakes has indicated, we're agreeing to allocate funds. Now, whether or not they're fully expended will depend on how much that is going to be when it comes back to us. We don't even know what that figure really looks like. We're taking it off paper, what those paper numbers are. I would like to see that. I would really want that decision to be seen and discussed. So for me, I agree with this. I think it's important that some action has to be taken. I am comfortable also, if required, that let's have a look at our operational plan. I've been very keen to do that, to have a look at what components may come out of that. Happy to do that. And it's in this document that says that's something as a council that we may need to do. So with that focus still on financial sustainability, it is something that I believe for community that is very, very important so that they can function in some sort of, rather than just being subjected to this massive influx of people coming to visit and not having any controls. We still don't know whether this will bring in some additional income. It's not even been discussed about what may come from this. It may be surprising to council that there is a lot more income that will stream through in from it, particularly during that critical 6-month period coming into Christmas, from the October long weekend through till Easter. That demand increases exponentially. You can drive down my street every day of the week and find about 10 people because they park on the wrong way on the road. I mean, there are so many options for the ranges to be used to capacity. So I will support this for community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Do we have any speakers against? Well, Councillor Selby has the right of reply, so he'll speak last. But I'd like to firstly speak against this motion. While there is no doubt from the representations made from Chara and the speakers last night that there is a feeling of angst in the community of the people illegally camping, this council has made a really big commitment to financial sustainability, and within that is the fact that we have at the moment an operating deficit, and to add order, when other people are speaking, you need to be quiet. To add over $250,000 into the budget, which would undoubtedly take away another service that our community has asked for, is something that I am not willing to do. Looking at the plan in terms of behaviour change and things like that, there could be another way forward, as Councillor Bain alluded to. There could be social media campaigns, there could be something like that. But in terms of what's been proposed and the cost, I just can't. I can't vote for this. But Councillor Selby, you have the right to reply.
The CEO for what he's done with this action plan. People I've been speaking to, especially out the Rocks and Crescent Head, there's no problems with them. Locals, they understand it. They're the ones that are being, how can I put it, disenfranchised as far as getting around doing things. If we don't go ahead with this, especially at the Rocks, businesses are going to suffer, because what's happening out there at times, the parking's just, forget it, there's none there. And people that are coming down to do their shopping, they get down there, they can't find somewhere to park. So guess what? They go somewhere else, which is going to affect the businesses, especially in the busy times over Christmas and holidays. So I recommend this, especially with the amendment, to my fellow councillors, and close the debate. Thank
you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? Raise your hand if you're dissenting. All right. Motion's carried. We now move to item 10.4. We now move to item 10.6. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, do we have a seconder? Councillor Saul, Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
I thank Rita and her team for this very thorough policy, and I think a lot of effort has gone into that prioritisation. So I thank the team for their hard work and I commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
I do have some questions, please. Just into the policy, Part 8 refers to 3 risk categories being human health, public safety and environments. Just wondering, is there any sub-risks or any other risk categories considered for managing unlawful activities such as legal consequences, staff safety, reputation, consequence of not taking action?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Those are the key headings. The other sort of subcategories that you've raised are really taken into consideration in the policy itself, and so as this policy has to be applied by staff, it's been simplified to that level. But you'll note the principles speak to accountable and transparent, consistency, proportionality and timeliness. So those factors are probably where the matters that you're speaking of are sort of expressed just in different terms.
I think it's in the business paper because I've just cut and pasted here. Yeah, it is. It says and I'll just read. It says parking is not included in the compliance and enforcement policy. Parking enforcement is governed by the Road Transport Act and road rules and the delegated authority from Transport New South Wales. These powers sit outside the scope of council's planning, building, health and environmentally regulatory framework. Can you just explain that? I don't understand the difference between compliance as car parking, which we just talked about, and compliance under this. Because, yeah, I don't understand. Can you please explain that for me?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The other acts all include an element of discretion. So there is discretion available to council officers and to council and staff in addressing those matters, which is why we are putting forward a policy. When it comes to a road-based infringement, a parking infringement or a road rules infringement, it either is or it is not. So if we see a parking infringement, we should find that parking infringement, and there is no discretion available to the officer.
And is that what the difference is around the strict liability as well? So something that is strict liability is, you know, there's no manoeuvrability around issuing a parking fine or changing the value. Is that what that means as well?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's the fines are set quite clearly, and the offence is defined. And if you have committed that offence, you are fined that amount. There's no sort of first offence get 50% discount, and it is what it is.
Yeah, so in the previous policy, it does actually in number 6 of the previous policy, which was 2017, it does have car parking areas there. So and the New South Wales Ombudsman model is 2015. So that was kind of there beforehand. Is this just the difference between the first one, which had car parking, and now this one takes it out? Is that just applying that strict liability rule where it wasn't applied before?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We're coming back to the same point that yes, where there is no discretion, there's no point having a policy to try and award officers discretion when there is none.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, put into context the information here and the justification. In the scope, in Schedule 1 is a very comprehensive list of what is in and out of scope. Can you just outline the local government's role in regulating damage to vegetation or clearing, that being threatened species, habitat of threatened species and threatened ecological communities under the Biodiversity Act, as this has risen a few times? And do you consider, so in the schedule there's a whole bunch of vegetation, do you consider that these points around Schedule 1 and 2 of the Biodiversity Act should be something specific in there? So question part 1 is, what's council's role in regulating that?
Probably a very large question, and if possible, I'll have to take that on notice because I can't answer that in great detail. I think we've just discussed before that where an offence or an allegation is made, council will investigate, and obviously we'll look at who's responsible for enforcing that, whether it does go to the EPA or to planning department or other forms of under the legislation. So that will be part of the investigation.
Your microphone's not on.
Yeah, I will follow that up with questions because I do believe that there should be. Yeah, I do believe
Do you
there
have a
is.
question?
Yeah, can you add those threatened species ones in there to vegetation in the schedule? Would you consider adding those as a separate category?
If you've got specific items to discuss, we'd have to take it on notice. Obviously, this has been looked at in terms of the model policy and in terms of the legislation as it currently stands. So we're putting this forward on the basis that it does meet the requirements. So enforcement applying to vegetation applies to all vegetation, and obviously part of that assessment would be if it is a threatened species, etc. So I guess I question whether we need to undertake the investigation in this policy or if the policy is sufficient saying that an investigation needs to be undertaken.
But if I were to add those, and we're being asked to adopt this now, then it would be, and then it would have to come back for an amendment.
Certainly, if you have a specific wording that you'd like us to investigate, we'd need to understand what it is and specifically what it is you're after. Certainly, that can be undertaken if council wish to defer the matter while you provide that information. It's a decision for council.
I would just like consideration. I would just like in that schedule to have another line which says native vegetation of threatened species, habitat of threatened species, and threatened ecological communities. You've got
Is there a question in there?
That's the that's the response to, well, I would like to add threatened species, habitat of threatened species, and threatened ecological communities as a line in that policy, in that schedule.
I guess through you, Madam Mayor, in the schedule for trees and vegetation, we have unauthorised clearing of prescribed vegetation, unauthorised clearing of protected native vegetation as determined by the mapping, non-compliance with development consent governing biodiversity protection, and non-compliance with consents governing biodiversity protection if works have ceased. Trees disputed between neighbours, under preservation of vegetation controls, and tree removals and noxiously weeds, and unauthorised clearing of mapped prescribed vegetation or vegetation protected under the SEP coastal management as well. So I just suggest we've covered the topic, but if you need another line.
So just to clarify, does her amendment to that policy add or strengthen the policy, or is it already included in there and her amendments are therefore redundant?
I would suggest that it is included. We'd need to go through the nuance of exactly the specific words, but I'd suggest it's covered in there.
Do we have any further questions on the policy?
Yep.
Councillor Wyatt?
Neighbourhood disputes. Does the local government recommend, do you recommend mediation, and is there a limit at which at a point where a matter becomes vexatious?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there is. Schedule 2 talks about the escalation, and at a point somebody can be deemed vexatious. So yes, those points are covered. We've got compliance guidelines on how to deal with that. Obviously, neighbourhood disputes do form a lot of the compliance tasks which come to us, and this policy will be aiming to allow us to triage those more effectively and call an end to our involvement in them at an earlier point if it is deemed that it's not a matter that we should be and spending staff time on, as they do take a lot of time with repeat complaints.
They do indeed. Schedule 2 outlines all the actions. There's a lot of directions and notice, take corrective action and improvements in prevention, etc. There's a lot that seem to be the same type of thing. Are those specific categories in the legislation or legal templates used in the Local Government Act? So you've got like the direction and order, etc., etc., which seems to be the same. Are they specific categories in each legislation, or and they are legal templates used in local government sector?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, we're covering a number of pieces of legislation, so the wordings and the labels may differ between legislation, but fundamentally, yes, there's a set of actions that you can take through under the specific legislation regarding, an order, a notice, a show cause, etc. So, whilst the terminology may differ, it's fundamentally a similar process through the majority of legislation.
So my question, my sort of issue with that was around, so was there any consideration to streamlining some of those for consistency in nomenclature and categories? And I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no, because it's part of individual pieces of legislation.
Well, I think there's a set of processes which need to be followed. So so we need to go through an escalation under the legislation. So to just sort of cut it back to, we'll issue a warning and then you get a fine or whatever.
That's not what I meant. Sorry, no, that's not what I meant. I meant like, just for example, you escalate, you have a warning notice, then you have a notice to take action, then you have a notice to prevent, then you have a court order. Sort of meaning in terms of that streamlining the process. And based on the previous answer to the question that you said that they are various directions under various pieces of legislation, I'm thinking that you can't change a clean-up notice to an improvement notice, and you can't change an improvement notice to take action, because that specific legislation would say under this Act X, you must do a clean-up notice, and under this Act Y, you must do a directive notice. That's my interpretation of the answer. And I've answered my own question with a no.
I think you are correct in your assumption that the legislation specifies the tools that are at the council's disposal. There's not a lot of leeway there for us. Thank you.
And I mean, in terms of my question around the threatened species, I mean, I would like to add that, but I feel pushback, so I will leave it at that with disappointment.
Thank you for that statement. Any other questions?
Yes,
Councillor.
through you, Madam Mayor.
Just 1 minute, Councillor Coburn. Mr. Medal.
I was just going to try and provide some clarity or seek some from Councillor White. I've had a quick search through the current version of the Biodiversity Conservation Act. Is that there's no duty for the council with regards to enforcement under that act?
I think it comes under section 2.8 around other legislation where it's been applied. But look, we can take it, and it looked for me, we can take it offline. It's fine.
Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor. My question is that the parking has been removed out of this policy, and I understand the reasoning behind that. Is there another document or a policy that talks to parking? Because without a policy, I wonder if there is any changes or corrections or anything we want to do around the parking, where it will exist in an actual policy.
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, essentially it exists in the New South Wales legislation. So the parking is the rules as applied by the New South Wales government.
So just a follow-up question to that then, through you, Madam Mayor, that then is in the position description for the rangers. That is one of the components with which they work.
Yeah, delegations under the various acts are assigned to particular officers. Mr. Medal has all the delegations, and I have quite a lot of them. And then down the tree we go. But yes, the delegations for acting and imposing penalties under those acts resides with our rangers and some other staff.
So that is reflected in their position descriptions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there any debate? Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. I think I understand why the legislative difference that parking is removed, but also that it's a very clear policy with when we look at the compliance response framework that indicates, you know, in the public domain to people about where the priorities of council resource allocation lie. It's developed on a very, very clear risk management framework. Provides staff clarity for the community, and acknowledges the limitations of our resourcing. So yeah, I fully support it and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Is there any new debate?
I think it was me, but happy to close.
Yep. All right. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I'll now adjourn for morning tea until 10:55. Tally will be sending the stream. Well, we're live now, so we're now at item 10.7, which is the Code of Meeting Practice. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded. Councillor Matchett. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Muddingoo, Madam Mayor. So the Code of Meeting Practice, it's there's been so much work done on this one, and I'm going to begin by expressing my disappointment that finally we got through the option of community speaking on non-agenda items, and it's not an option in the new Code of Meeting Practice. So, ideally we were going to be confirming the Code of Meeting Practice that we negotiated earlier, and it's been out on exhibition, but that isn't going to happen because the state government, in its wisdom, has revised and given us a new Code of Meeting Practice. I've had a number of questions which I'm going to speak to, and we can amend this. We can amend this in the chamber. For people who have read it, the parts that are in red are able to be amended. But as I've stated, there is not an option in there now for public to speak on non-agenda items at the public forum, which I find a little bit disappointing. I think there's some changes in there which make council meetings more formal. I know, for example, the requirement, and even though it's phrased in softer language, there will be a requirement to stand when the mayor enters the room, and a requirement to stand when we're speaking and addressing council. I had questions about the. I had some concerns, I'll say, about some of the clauses concerning the powers of the mayor as opposed to the powers of council, but those have been addressed very thoroughly by council staff, and I appreciate that. The section 15.15 is that the mayor has the right to expel any person, including a councillor, from a council or committee meeting for disorder. My personal feeling originally was that it should be a council decision, but then it was pointed out that sometimes council aren't always in perfect alignment, and that can lead to disorder, which brings the reputation of council into disrepute. And that's one of the important things that we've got to remember, I believe, when we're considering these, is that we are looking for bringing council, for being a respected council and being recognised as a cohesive decision-making body. We need to be working together very, very closely. The chairperson, in this case the mayor, has the right to make decisions around when we have breaks and when we have lunch breaks, and I really appreciate that we've received more clarity on that and that we're communicated with early, so we know, if people are managing their blood sugar levels or whatever, they've got that opportunity. There is a lot in the Code of Meeting Practice, and I believe that staff have done a thorough job. So although I'm not comfortable with everything that is in it, I believe we've got to abide by legislation, and that's the way of the world. So despite some reservations, I do in toto, in overall, I support this and ask my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Are there any questions on the Code of Meeting Practice? Councillor Wyatt.
I have some questions on the public forum. Are there any rules that you're aware of around anything like a fit and proper person test? And that sounds a bit odd, but it's actually in other pieces of legislation. And what I mean by that is, when is a person deemed not acceptable to be a public speaker for matters not related to the topic, for instance, but something else, like a fit and proper person test is around criminal history, past compliance breaches, honesty and integrity, financial solvency, and in some cases public interest or concerns. And there's 19 bits of legislation that have that. So is there anything in the public forum, or what rules around what is a fit and proper person to address public forum.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, the rules for the public forum contain requirements for people to speak to the item, to stay on topic and not do anything which would otherwise be an act of disorder under the code. So there is a requirement for people to conduct themselves in an orderly fashion whilst on the public forum. And there is a clause in the public forum rules that allow us to refuse opportunity to speak in the future to anybody who has breached those rules in the past. So there is a system essentially of potentially one strike and you're out. For those, but there is a presumption that people have an entitlement to address the public forum if they are a ratepayer or a constituent of our community. What we don't know yet is the Office of Local Government have said that they will be issuing some best practice guidance regarding the conduct of public forums before the end of the year, but that has not been issued yet. There may or may not be something more in those guidelines when they are issued by the Office of Local Government.
So just summing up what you just said is that there's something that applies if they've come to the public forum and they breach those conditions, they no longer can come back. But there's nothing in the first instance to prevent someone from coming if they meet those non-fit and proper person test requirements, as is in other legislation, which I don't think is in the Local Government Act.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a correct summation. Yep. What I would probably add to that is council staff are probably not well placed to make an assessment as to who might be a fit and proper person on some of those bases. We don't have access to people's financial information or things like that. Yeah.
100% agree. And the reason I ask that is I have to do that to what is a fit and proper person. So that's okay. The answer is no to that. And my second question on this is number 17. Point number 17, I think, we talked about speakers not being able to ask questions of council, but we did discuss when we put this last time, I can't remember, last time we discussed about whether they are able to ask points of clarification, and I'm pretty sure the answer was no. But I'd still put that to us as that they should be able to ask points of clarification. For example, say someone's up here talking about something and they might say, such and such 2021, is that correct? That's what I mean by points of clarification.
Do you have a question there, Councillor?
Yeah, why is not the point of clarification not considered?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I think it actually says it pretty well in the code that the council may hold a public forum prior to meetings of the council and committees of the council for the purpose of hearing oral submissions from members of the public on items of business to be considered at the meeting. The purpose of the public forum is that somebody can come in and make an oral submission to council. It's not necessarily an inquisition of council or council staff. What I would say, though, is the public forum rules also provide the opportunity for the CEO to provide a response at the end of an address. So whilst they prohibit the asking of questions, and therefore we are not compelled to answer questions, if there was reasonable clarification that was necessary to place on the public record, the rules do provide the ability for the CEO to place that information on the public record.
If I may further help the councillor, it's also important that this is a public forum. If a member of the public who wishes to speak needs some clarification before they enter the chamber to speak with you, they're more than able to address their questions in advance, so we can help them be better placed to address you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the Code of Meeting Practice? Are there any speakers for or against?
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the Code of Meeting Practice. I don't know, it's moot point really. And it's basically what I just talked about, a fit and proper person test of sorts, whereas, we previously talked about compliance policy and ranges, and one of the things that came up was around work health and safety. And there are 17 other bits of legislation that does have a fit and proper person test, and I 100% agree. How do you define a fit and proper person? If you go to the Biodiversity Conservation Act, it even goes towards someone's spouse and so you sort of got to look into their records as well. And someone that actually has to look into those fit and proper person tests, we've just developed a template to figure out how to do that. So 100% take your point that you don't have the resources or the facilities to look into there, but I do believe that I really strongly believe that there should be some kind of criteria that just even prevents them from getting to that lectern based on whether they meet a certain set of criteria. And I remember I was talking to Councillor Reddington recently, and I remember she asking for some safety things put in place here. They're still not here. So I am going to oppose the code of meeting practice because of that clause specifically. I don't know it's mute because we have to, but that's my value system.
Thank you. Is there any speakers for? If there's no new debate, I'll put the motion.
May I close debate?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Bain, you can close debate.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to take on board what Councillor White has said, and that potentially this is going out on public exhibition for 28 days, and then submissions will be received. So if there was an appetite from the community to say, can we put, is it possible to put in a supplementary clause? There's significant supplementary clauses being put in that don't appear in the model code of meeting practice, so that it could be potentially there. But then if we were going to do that, I think we've got to recognise inclusive democracy, that people do have a right to speak, and they can be sanctioned for a time, but whether a permanent sanction is appropriate or not is another thing to consider. And also, if you're going to do that, then do we need to do a probity process on everyone that's going to speak at a public forum? And then that becomes very time consuming and complex. So I would, while I understand Councillor White's point of view, I would say I would urge my colleagues to adopt the resolution in front of us, and let's see what the community have got to say, because we're just putting it out on public exhibition, and we've got till December 2025 to finalise it. Murrungbu.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Mr. Medal just has a
It's just a point of clarification for councillors. This is seeking that you put the document out for public exhibition. If there are no representations received, then this will become the code of meeting practice for the Shire. This is your opportunity to influence it is now. There may not be another opportunity if no residents choose to make a representation. So just want to reiterate, there may not be another opportunity to change this if there isn't community engagement. So you need to be satisfied in your own mind that this is the version that you wish to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. The motion is carried. We now move to item 10.9, which is motions for 2025 LGNSW annual conference. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, do we have a seconder? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
Just a point of clarification first. Are we going to enter into committee of the whole to go through each one? Yes, I commend that process to my colleagues and endorse all of the nominations. So LGNSW play a really important role in advocating on behalf of all councils within the state. So this gives us a great opportunity as Kempsey Shire Council to put forward some issues that are of strong concern to us and hopefully for the broader state. And yeah, I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Would anyone like to put forward a motion that we move into committee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to put forward a motion that we move into committee of the whole.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Second, and Councillor Pakes. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We are now in committee of the whole. We'll go through the motions one by one. We'll first deal with the motion on homelessness. Was there a councillor that wants to make an introduction on this motion? Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would just, like to talk about the crisis, around homelessness and the growing and evolving, the fact that it is growing and evolving in our community, and obviously at a broader context as well. Hence why I felt it was important that we put it to the conference as well at a state level to advocate for these points in the notice of motion. Yeah, I think it obviously demands the not only compassion, but a coordinated and a local leadership, but also a state leadership as well, And I think, the Kempsey Shire obviously is facing unique challenges around social and other unique challenges around that, the need for support. So I support this going to the LGNSW annual conference, and I hope that the other councillors can support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Is there any questions on this one? I guess I have a question just for context levels. There's an allusion to in the regions. So from your perspective, are we under-resourced or have more challenges, and what specific challenges are they when it comes to the resolution of homelessness in the regions? But just in the regions more generally, because this will be for all of LGNSW, so it'll be a policy platform. And there's obviously sometimes there's a, not, I don't know if it's intentional, but it comes out that there's a regional focus and sometimes a metro focus. So I guess I just wanted to understand the nuance of the regions.
Yeah, I guess in light of the Minns Labor government, given that they've committed the record of $6.6 billion to social housing and homelessness through the Building Homes of New South Wales program. So that's delivering over 1,700 homes in the past year and reducing the social housing waitlist by average of 8 months. So that's a significant step forward. And I think, we must ensure, obviously, Kempsey is not left behind, but also other areas in the state as well. I know our neighbouring areas, Coffs Harbour, Port Macquarie, have similar challenges around homelessness, and discussions in community and with other stakeholders has come to light with this important advocacy and leadership. Do
you think, given that it is going to LGNSW conference, obviously we've got the NOM coming in 11.3, but do you think for the purposes of the LGNSW one, we could amend it to be advocating for the regions to be prioritised, or for regional, rural and remote Australia to be prioritised in the New South Wales strategy?
Yeah, I like that. Sounds good.
I don't know. How do we deal with that?
So working out.
We'll just note that change will be considered in a new wording of the motion. There'll obviously be some nuance in, if we're advocating for all of New South Wales, there's a bit of argy-bargy on putting regions before metro, so that we might have a roadblock there. But I will always be a fierce advocate for regional, rural and remote New South Wales, so I am happy to not back down on that one. Councillor White and Councillor Bain.
I agree with what you said, because I was going to suggest an amendment to not write to. I mean, local government New South Wales is a bit beyond writing to, so I changed that to advocate, because that advocate can include writing, but it can include sitting down with ministers. I think writing is what councils do. I think this is next level up, so I would change the word from write to advocate. And agree about what the Mayor said, because it's the support I'd sort of consider around adding finance and resourcing, and there's a separation here around social and development. In some of the councils around Metro may not support something like this, because what that means for them is fast track development along the transport lines, and there's the housing 2021 set. I think it's 21. I think it's called Housing 21 set. And there's also the TOD, Transport Orientated Development. And that is about implementing this. That's about implementing this $6 billion strategy. So I'm wondering whether we could consider that a regional community is supported financially and resourcing. So I think financially too is they may, in determining how grants are delivered to NGOs and providers, they may come up with a different category for regions. So that's financial supporting, or they could throw extra money at a council for infrastructure development where development is an issue. So that's around the financing. And the resourcing, again, it could be resourcing those NGOs to deliver social housing or to deliver homelessness services. So yeah, I'm just I mean, maybe you can talk about that when if you get a chance to present it at the conference. I mean, if it gets supported straight up, you won't have that chance. It'll be done and dusted in a second if it gets supported. But yeah, my first point is change the right to. So resolves that LGNSW advocate to the New South Wales Minister for Housing and Homelessness, and that regional communities be supported financially and resourcing in the implementation of the strategy. And I think that's sort of specific around giving money to the regions and giving resources to the regions. And just be mindful, I'm not sure, it could be off track, but just be mindful that some of those, and I don't know whether there is that link between the housing strategy and the TOD. You might know more. Thank you.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Lawrence? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bain?
Yeah, Mudingboo, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to take talking about the transport-oriented development offline because it's not, it's slightly different to the it is very different to the homelessness strategy. But I have a concern with prioritising the regions over the regional communities. I think supporting and resourcing, I'm happy with, but prioritising, there is going to get pushback from those delegates from metro areas, and we don't want to turn the Local Government New South Wales Conference into a competition between metro and rural and regional. However, I do believe that there is there is that saying that New South Wales is Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong, and that there is this possibly unconscious bias towards a city-centric point of view. So that's why I think it's really, really important that we advocate for the resourcing to regional communities. However, I would reconsider the prioritising. Just my thought.
Councillor?
I support this motion in principle. I think we should, in debating it, and this is probably going right to the people who are going to speak on it, is to identify the differences in our community, which may be different to others. Now, we have a correctional facility that releases people into the community and they have to find housing somewhere. And if they're released in our area, they come into our community here somewhere. So they're the people who may be receiving support from community housing or someone like that for short-term accommodation. Then they'd come into the stream of requiring more permanent accommodation. Does that increase homelessness? Yes, it does. Does that make us different to other communities? Yes, it does. So we are not the same as all other regional communities. The second point is around the incidence of structure fires in our area. So we have the highest or second highest between us and Moree of structure fires in the state. And that means we have vacant blocks. We have lots of vacant blocks in areas where houses can be built. Now, if we've got a homeless issue and we have vacant blocks of land available to be resettled with houses, that does not make us the same as a metro area, and it doesn't make us the same as lots of other regional towns. So we are specific and we are different to those other areas. I don't think we should be jumping on we're the same as a remote and regional. We are Kempsey Shire, and we have specific needs, and they aren't being met in that regard. And yes, I see that there are some proposals around a higher density units, that sort of stuff, but they don't really address what's been sitting, vacant land's been sitting around in areas that I've frequented for the last 13 years, still there. And they've got sewer, they've got water, they've got curb and gutter, they've got vacant blocks, they've got nothing built on them. So I could probably, there'd be 20 blocks. So I think you should touch on those in arguing for it. And that's my contribution towards this motion. I think it's absolutely warranted. We've seen the increasing number over the last 13 years of people becoming homeless, and it's not decreasing, it's increasing. So
I take your point, but I think, again, that probably is more relevant to the 11.3 notice of motion on homelessness. And then within this one, I could also argue that Moree, Grafton, Cooma, Goulburn, while not completely different they're a little bit of nuance in size. They also have jails and settlements that would have some of those issues. So I think with this one, that broader scope will be more tenable for all of the voting delegates at the conference, and probably be more likely to go through from a strategic point of view. And maybe you have some amendments for 11.3 in our what we want to do at a local level towards working towards those vacant blocks. I know Maureen's actually done some work on what you're talking about.
Yeah, I take your point on that. But if the information doesn't go out and no ears at a higher level hear it, no change will occur. So it mightn't look fantastic. It mightn't be a really glossy picture, but people on the ground will notice the difference if change occurs in that front. So yeah, don't be scared of putting a picture the way it is, and that is the way it is. It's not, we're not beating around the bush. That's the way it is. Yeah, so I won't step away from that in that regard.
Councillor, just for clarity's sake, this motion as it is now with the small differences, will that be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll update the motions and circulate them to councillors after the meeting.
All right. Is there any more feedback, thoughts on the homelessness, or are we happy with the current amendments as they stand? All right. We'll now move to 2, circular economy, local infrastructure. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. Just bring that back up. So the perspective I'm trying to take on this is obviously the circular economy is happening now as we speak. And I believe government policies and procedures are already working to engage the principles and practices within the circular economy into policy and direction. What I'm looking for here is obviously the main concerns are going to be around the large city centres where they've already reached peak capacity in their landfill spaces, and they are looking to enter into the circular economy to break down the amount of things that are going to end up into that landfill. So they're looking at developing those sideline industries that will work to help reduce the amount of landfill that we're currently experiencing. I believe that in the context of a circular economy, that we're starting off at a federal level, who will fund down through to the state level. And then I believe to complete that circle, just within government itself, there should be a priority given to local government to be a primary partner. So not to just be the tack on at the end of the process once it's all really become a clear policy directive through federal and state government, that I think the regional areas really do stand out as being part of a solution to this problem. Now, they look to the city areas because they go, yeah, but we've got the workforce, we've got everything we need in the big cities. But I believe the fact we have land and space available out in the regional areas gives us as an attractive option to be able to look at some of these sideline businesses, which will have to be developed. So I'm talking about recycling practices, soft plastics, tyres, food scraps, all of the things that currently come into that recycling space. So rather than us just waiting to find out what's going to happen, I would really like to see us included as part of that circular process where we can say, hey, what we can contribute is, let's just say we look at Kempsey as a region, we have access to transport, whether that be by road, via rail, which I think will become the preferred option. We have the space to be able to develop some of these primary industries onto the ground. And again, that for us becomes a primary industry. It will create economic return for us in the regional areas, which will allow us to develop further into the secondary industries that are going to come from that. So we're creating that circular, then going back to being able to feed some of the products of that whole recycling process back into the cities where it's going to be needed. So for me, it's just around that priority of speaking about local government in the conversations, not just looking at us as being possibly part of a solution. I think we need to be at the forefront of that solution and be considered for what we can in our regional areas bring to the table and offer. That's of what I am, the motion that I put forward.
Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I absolutely support this, and there's a couple of considerations as well. And one is the legislation around the responsibility of producers to manage the waste that they're producing. And I think, we noticed that massive amounts of overpackaging that are happening with some products, and that's an area that we can address. The other one is that I believe that there'll be wide support for this strategically. When I was at the National Farmers Association annual conference, there was significant concern from farming communities about the proposal of taking landfill waste from the cities and taking them out into rural and regional areas where they were either filling up their landfill, so people being paid, the a financial benefit for managing everyone else's waste, which was not circular and not long-term sustainable. But the other major concern is about the waste into energy proposal of turning these waste incinerators, which produce significant amounts of toxicity, which can affect farming and productive land. So I believe that there would be a broad support from regional communities, from both, for want of a better term, conservative and progressive councils. So I fully support Councillor Coburn's proposal, and I'm very excited to see it on the agenda.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Just trying to assist council a bit with this one, because the last country mayors event, part of the session involved Barry Irving, who's the chair of BEGA, who's really pretty much the country's leading spokesperson on circularity and the circular economy. One of the key notions is about how circular at what scale. So trying to understand whether we're talking about a series of circles, and I think that's the intent. Is the Bega Valley is one circular economy, the Macleay Valley could be another circular economy. It'll be interesting to see how that will work at a state scale, but would absolutely support the need for us to be at the table. The council in the Bega Valley have been shoulder to shoulder with Bega Cheese in leading that process. I think there's a need to separate the discussions around landfill and waste to energy. Certainly there was a lot of pushback on waste to energy because Sydney's not taking any of its own waste in that sense. They're not looking for one of those plants there. These plants now exist worldwide and are in not residential areas, but in big cities, and they coexist side by side with other uses. They're not bad neighbours, but the transport impacts may not be great. We've got a potential location here that may provide a regional solution for us, but we don't want to be taking waste from the capital city. So I think this is a really good approach, but I'm not sure that we want to reference landfill. It's about diversion and growing all those other businesses. I was listening on the radio on the drive home last night to mining tyre recycling, which has just got up and running in WA, and there are new things coming on all the time, but it'd be great if local government was front and centre of some of those discussions rather than being at the end of the pipeline. I hope that helps.
Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, just another thing to touch on too that I haven't put into this, and I guess I'd like some feedback from the group, and it's about They call it the circular, the donut, and it speaks specifically about our First Nations people and how they actually interact within the circular economy. And that's really in their position on traditional land care, on, pollution within our waterways, many different offshoots, I guess, of the effects that our lifestyles and economies have placed onto the traditional practices that have been done historically. And then there's quite a lot of planning that's been working in that space. And I think it's something that ultimately the government will want to align as well, because I think it's important that that's embedded into the initial stages of that process. It's whether or not we just stick to the basic premise for me is about that, giving us that sense of priority that we will be included in the conversations at that level as government, as being part of that circle of government, I think is important. But I'd like your feedback if you have any on that other subject.
I don't have any on the First Nation stuff at this stage, but I just wanted to ask, sorry, Wes, in terms of your thoughts on the circular economy, you handle our waste, and I know that you might have some ideas, and just that allusion in there towards city areas. There's obviously a broader context up and down the coast around issues with waste, in terms of what we're going to need to do in towards the future. Would you think that there could be a more localized wording of this that makes a little bit more sense, or do you think that, I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. There's a lot of interesting points to circular economy. One of the big things that's, and this is me speaking, holding the whole I guess industry back is money. It's the investment into our facilities and sort of every other council's facilities. There's probably a piece that sort of could work in there around levies, and where that levy's going, how it could be better used to progress the circular economy industry within the state. So that's probably a really important part, because there's a whole lot of people who want to do a whole lot of things, but very hamstrung by that financial, sort of backing that we, particularly councils, have access to. It's slightly easier if you're a private company. It sounds a bit crazy, but it's slightly easier to access that grant funding than being a council. So that's very important. Mr. Metal spoke about basically new technologies to Australia, not so new in other areas, but they're the sorts of the things that we need to look at. But once again, all these ideas and solutions, they cost a lot of money, and that's the money needs to be injected back into the industry to make these things happen.
Councillor.
Long read. What we're proposing is essentially
Thank you. The policy position of LGNSW already has the circular economy in it, so we're potentially arguing about semantics of what's already in there. But Councillor Pakes?
My question is to Director Trotter. In our wastewater upgrades, do we collect our methane gas produced and then use it for power, or is that something that I've seen in Europe years and years ago? But is that something that is classified into this circular economy discussion, and is this something that we may be doing in the future that may add to our our credentials as putting forward this idea?
Through you, Madam Mayor. It's a very interesting one. And we've talked about scales across regions versus states and that sort of things. With capturing methane off that, yes, you could. Would it be efficient? No. You know, because the treatment plant sizes that we're, you know, sort of constructing, you know, there's not enough of that sort of gas. Even we do studies on our landfill for the same reason, because there's, you know, there's a possibility of power generation from landfills with the you know, the contents that are breaking down in the landfills producing the methane gas, therefore being able to produce electricity. And as such, the old cells at Crescent Head Waste Management Centre aren't producing enough methane gas to become, you know, an efficient, I guess, energy supply. So, so with our scale of economy, is very difficult. Yeah, unless, but like I say, there's always emerging technology.
Yeah. And so is that this regional approach to waste, is that potentially something that could scale it up to a point that it might be useful? But what I've observed over there is methane collectors that actually have paddocks of prime fodder put into them to create methane. They're actually farms that are subsidised, but they are subsidised. It's not the same as what we do. And then the other methane collection I witnessed was on treatment plants, primary treatment tanks. They just collect off the top of the tank and run their own plant. So it's only quite small scale. So yeah, is that the scaling up? Is that a potential that might make it more viable?
Yeah, no, 100%. And, you know, you do see cogen happening at the larger plants in Sydney Waters plants. You know, they're starting to get to that capacity. So, you know, it's definitely a regional solution does offer a lot better chance of us being able to, you know, harness those, you know, particular resources out of those streams. So, you know, there's other things too that basically when you get that regional sort of capacity going, you know, there's things that can be done with the FOGO biosolids as well from, you know, our wastewater treatment processes, you know, plus other things that can be done with different streams out of that normal solid waste.
Thank you. Councillor Bain?
Yeah, just to address the point that already exists in the local government New South Wales policy platform, the act I was talking about is called the Product Lifestyle Responsibility Act, and that was moved in 2025, so this year. So I believe that it is appropriate that we bring this up to local government New South Wales, because we need to there needs to be that update to address the new legislation. And I believe that new legislation is really, really well crafted, but it's kind of limited in some of its applications. So to extend that to extend the scope of that would be extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. I think back to my point, Councillor Coburn, would you be willing to maybe changing the language to for regional rural council areas to become circular recovery centres to reduce the pressure on waste? Because I think for me, looking at a regional context, I would firstly like to solve our local and then our region waste issues before we start looking at, I guess, the issues of the cities. So I think, yeah, I think we already generate enough waste, and the future of our waste locally is already in question enough. I think it'd be and in thinking of a circular economy here, I think it would be useful to look at that. And I think, looking at how some of these waste recovery centres have worked in places like parks, I think it would be great to see the council first look at solving our own issues before taking waste from the cities. Not saying that couldn't happen, but I think the first instance, I think solving our local and mid-North Coast context for me would probably be my first priority. But I'm happy for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you. Absolutely. My motivation comes out of where I live, totally. And love to see our area benefit in the longer term. I don't think any of this is going to roll out succinctly. I think at the moment, I think I've done a lot of research and reading around this, and a lot of the issues at the moment are around the not dysfunction, but disjointed nature of where the policies are, things changing all the time, evolving all the time, I suppose. And even through private businesses, they're really struggling to be able to manage getting the reference points that they need to be able to invest in this industry. And there's a lot of feedback around that as well. I guess I just would like acknowledgement from federal and state government that regional areas, local government specifically will play a really vital role in this, because we are the ones that ultimately are in that business. So that's the focus I would really like for them to be looking at, that let's prioritise, let's include us in that government circle, that we are genuinely one of the key players and we should be prioritised, whether it's city or even regional. I believe that will flow on automatically into the regional areas because it will just probably work better. And I'd like to think that they will look at using regional areas for their economic opportunities. And as you say, Madam Mayor, we are already working in that space, and I know the joint organisation have been starting to move into that space. And I would just like to see our area in particular really be in the forefront of this and start to really exemplify what regional areas can do. That's sort of my motivation around it, and I think it's important. Happy to take out, I agree, after the context of what we've been talking about, that I will take out the city area as the reference, but I'm looking at the policy making, those decision making to include the local government.
Yeah, that's stronger. That second sentence is your stronger, more pertinent point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Does anyone else have any?
I understand your point. We've got to deal with our own waste first before we start. But this is long-term strategic thinking. This is an annual opportunity to have an influence on a state level. So I think big picture thinking is the way to go.
We'll move on to support for council adoption of AI, which was put forward by myself. So I'll just introduce that one. AI has been obviously kind of the hot topic of the last 12 months, especially for me and my job, but also for me as mayor and looking around the state of play of things. I think if you're in any room and you asked anyone if they're using AI, most people would put up their hand, and the ones that don't, I think that you're lying. So I think AI is, as stated in here, the single most significant productivity promise for New South Wales councils. And as councils, we know that we're under-resourced, that we face significant challenges, and that AI can really, streamline some of the things that we do, but also increase our productivity. And I think with the understanding that people are going to use AI, we want them to be using it in the right way, with the right guide rails in place, but also the right resources. So if people are going to be using it, we want to make sure that they're using it ethically and that they're getting the best result that they can. So providing funding for councils to adopt and use AI, I think is a really good idea and something that I would like to see, particularly as AI is only going to get more advanced and more popular across the workforce. Councillor Bain?
Yeah, look, I think this is a really interesting area to be exploring. I know that I did a bit of background reading, and I can't remember which council it was, but has on their garbage trucks, they have cameras that do road assessment at the same time as they're picking up the garbage, which seems to me a really quite an interesting idea of bang for your buck. However, it does come with an element of risk in that if someone has an accident, they say, well, council was aware that this road was, had problems, but I think, that kind of use is really potentially, going to save a significant amount of cost. I have some concerns about AI in the DA approval, where that could be my age, and it could be because I don't know how many of you remember GIGO when computers first started being used. Was like garbage in, garbage out. If AI can depend on where it's accessing the information from, and whether that is going to be the depth of environmental impacts that we might like to see. And also, I have some concerns, and it's not huge, but it is huge in the fact that the increasing use of AI is across the planet is having significant impacts on water resources. The data cooling, the cooling of data centers and so on. It's and the more that's that big picture of it's a great new technology, but do we know what Pandora's box we're opening? I'm not trying to be oppositional to change, definitely not, but I just want us to be aware of those impacts. But I think it's absolutely having funding and technical support to adopt and embed, but maybe also to assess the risk of as well.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, just I guess something that might be helpful to councillors there. One of the reasons behind this motion, the New South Wales government actually has one of the best AI assurance frameworks in the world. In fact, it is the world standard and has been adopted overseas and utilised elsewhere. One of the big challenges with that is the resourcing for councils to be able to implement, even though we're given the framework free of charge by the New South Wales government, we don't have the skills or expertise really to implement that framework, to put those guardrails in place. So one of the reasons to seek assistance from the New South Wales government is to seek assistance from them in implementing that framework across councils as well as state government agencies.
So you're saying that those risks are already assessed and managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I think this is a great one. Well done on the innovation. It's 100% agree. Couldn't agree more. I was listening to something on the ABC radio before I went away that is being adopted by psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors. So it saves them so much time in writing up reports that they can speak more directly with their clients. 100% support it. I think it's really good. I have a question for you. You mentioned in the role, like what type of AI is council using at the moment, and yourself specifically? I don't know what I'm using ChatGPT, but
yeah. Well, I guess I think from we went to WSAA and they're talking about using AI. Sorry, Water Services Australia Association, and they're talking about using AI for water. And I think from that productivity perspective, it is something that is pertinent to the day, and the guide rails and the ability to use it in an effective and ethical way. I think one of the biggest risks is around privacy. So if you don't have people accessing the tool in the right way and they don't have the knowledge of, I'm putting private information in there. So I think just that broader scope of understanding. And Councillor Matchett and I work in the education space, and that's obviously another place where it's really lots of concerns. But even a conference I went to last year with a presentation from, I think it was UTS, or it might have been UQ. Academics at universities are already using it, and there's that understanding that it's there, but it's giving students the right tools and the right ways to use it, because it's like phones, laptops, these things are going to happen, but we're using them in the right way. Councillor Coburn.
I agree. I think artificial intelligence it will become part of our everyday lives. But if we look at it in the context of local government, there's always a fear amongst people out there in the population that we're going to use AI to replace positions, to replace jobs and replace people. And I think that's where a lot of the fear lies as well. So I almost feel like we need to, and maybe this will come in the future, where we actually almost have to allocate. We have our people budget, and then we somehow align that with our AI budget, because we're going to utilise that service as part of our business. So it becomes part of our strategies and our plans. But yes, I think that fear is quite real amongst people because they've watched too many movies and, you know, it is a possibility. But yeah, having those stringent controls, it's sort of a bit of an unknown area. But I think eventually it will have to somehow have a strategy behind it that's embedded to protect it and protect us.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the wording in here is improved productivity and service delivery. So I think to the point of not making sure we don't feel like people are replaced, jobs are being replaced. It's interesting, that perspective. And I think new technologies create new jobs, but they're just different to the jobs that existed before. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'd probably just like to ask a supplementary question of Director Thorogood. If there is an insurance framework in place for AI, what specific areas is it covering? And I suppose that goes to what the tasks are that AI is, you know, it's a risk-based process. Obviously, that then highlights the tasks that councils in the state can use AI for. And then I suppose then back to ELT in our situation, what are we focusing on that AI can do and be more efficient in? And I take this back to when mobile phones came along. You know, this is probably before some people in the chamber's time. Mobile phones came along, they were a big brick, they were great. No one really understood how much difference they were going to make. Now, a good phone you can run a good business out of. You don't really, it's all web-based, you don't have to do much at all. It has changed things dramatically. What specifically can we look at that will be changed, what we're trying to change and being more directed at in that regard?
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, the assurance framework is actually something I presented on to the New South Wales Local Government Governance Conference last year to all the governance professionals across the state. So there's a number of underlying AI ethics principles which lie under the assurance framework. The first is community benefit. AI must prioritise community outcomes, ensuring alignment with laws, minimising harm and maximising benefit. Fairness, the use of AI will be fair, ensuring not to perpetuate bias and inequality by leveraging diverse representative data sets, monitoring performance and using rigorous data governance. Privacy and security, ensuring secure, transparent, compliant data use and adhering to the PIPA Act, preserving public trust. Transparency, the use of AI will be transparent, allowing concerns to be raised and addressed. PIPA Act compliant, cybersecure and ethical. And accountability, decision-making remains the responsibility of organisations and responsible officers. The short version of their presentation and how this works is literally 88 slides. I've got it in front of me now, so I'm happy to share it, but I'm not going to go through it now. But the assessment has a look really at what is the level of risk associated with the use of AI. So where you've got no or negligible risk, that is the potential consequences of it going wrong are either non-existent or insignificant. They can be disregarded. You've got pretty much open slather, and a perfect example I can give you of that. We might use AI to simplify language in a media release or something like that. So we'll throw a media release in it and say, is this at a grade 6 reading level, or change it so that it is. And that's coming back, a person's going to look at those changed words. There's very little risk. It's public information that's going to be placed in the public domain, or already has been anyway, and things like that. So you have very low safeguards around those sorts of things. Some of them still need to be taken into account. But then you get all the way up to very high risk, significant or irreversible consequences. Self-driving vehicles could kill someone. So that has a very high level of assurance around it. There are very large risk mitigation efforts. There's external reviews involved and all those sorts of things by the time you get there. And there's a sliding scale between as to how deep that goes. And one of the things when we talk about getting support from the New South Wales government, for instance, at that high level, New South Wales government has an independent panel that has representatives on it that they use to provide that external assurance. That's not accessible to councils. It's only accessible to state government agencies. They're the sorts of things we would like access to for our own applications. We are currently developing an internal strategy on how we deploy and roll out AI across the organisation. So there is some limited use, say, of Microsoft tools like Copilot at the moment that keep things secure within our Microsoft 365 environment. But still, at this point in time, we can only endorse those tools for use with information that would be public in any case. So media releases, council reports, those sorts of things could all be fed into a tool like that, but we're not putting personal or private information or anything commercially sensitive into those tools. The applications across council are broad. They go all the way from chatbots to answer customer service queries, both internally or externally, to internal guidance on interpreting policy, procedure, legislation, things like that. There are definitely broad uses in the planning system, and it's somewhere where the New South Wales government has already offered financial support to councils that want to dive in that in the planning space. The challenge with that is it's really only accessible to large, well-resourced councils. It sort of doesn't scale down to our level. So yeah, there are huge uses. One of the things which has really taken off recently, and it's one of those low risk use cases, is using AI for asset condition assessment. So literally just driving around a vehicle with cameras on it, and then having those images analysed by an AI, which will spit out a report still vetted by a human being. So at the other end of it, there's still a QA process around it. But a lot of the grunt work essentially is done by the AI rather than by a person. A lot of councils currently taking that up. I think Mid-Coast have been an early adopter of that technology in our region. So there's sorts of things we see. To Councillor Coburn's point regarding jobs, what is often said within the tech industry at the moment is AI is not going to replace people's jobs. People's jobs will be replaced by other people who can use AI better.
Excellent response. Thank you.
All right, councillors, it's almost 12 p.m. And we've still got about 7 or 8 items left on the agenda, and we need a break for lunch. So if we and we have to get through this AI and reconciliation. So is there any more pertinent topics on AI, or can we move on to the reconciliation? All right, we'll move on to reconciliation. Who wants to introduce that one? Councillor Matchett.
Yep, so for background for fellow councillors, Reconciliation New South Wales a few months back was advised that its core funding from the state government had ceased, and that places it as at imminent risk of closure. Alarmingly, if this decision stands, New South Wales would be the only state in Australia without a Reconciliation Council. Reconciliation New South Wales, they play a critical role in supporting local councils, communities and schools in their reconciliation initiatives, as well as education and truth-telling. And so losing this organisation would be a significant loss to these efforts. So for a bit of background as well on where we're at in terms of our closing the gap metrics, of the 17 metrics listed by the Commonwealth Government, only 3 categories have demonstrated they're on track towards meeting their 2031 targets, with 4 categories actually regressing and worsening statistics. The remainder of the categories either have improved but below what would put them on target, or don't currently have accessible data. So based on that alone, I would argue that Australia and the state of New South Wales have not come close to achieving true reconciliation. So it would be a massive loss to lose this council. So yeah, without adequate funding, they cannot continue. So we are asking that the state government reinstate ongoing funding.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, like the previous one, I would change the second point that you write to those various people. I would delete that and say that it's covered in the first one. We've got urgently advocate to instate permanent funding. The third point around you encourage member councils to write to their support. I'm not sure if that's a thing that local government does. Yeah, it's just the writing bit. I just don't think that this is an organisation that doesn't write. It does. It is that advocacy piece, and it should. It will go to Parliament. It will make representations to parliamentary committees. It will meet with stakeholders. It will meet with parliamentarians. It doesn't. It's more of a stronger advocacy piece. So I would delete the second point. I don't think the third point is needed either, but I'm not going to get worried if it's there or not. And the third point, you could sort of add, and the fourth point, you could add that to the first one as well.
Thank you. I think that the third encourages member councils to write is a needed one, because if you're having like a strategic political plan to make change, it helps to have your body and then councils also advocate in the same way if there's a big issue. And I always err on the side of caution with going to parliamentary committees, because they might feel there's not a position of, if this isn't in their policy platform, then they might not want to make representations or to that committee. They might not just do it off their own back. But yeah, I don't know what the feelings are on that. Sorry.
If Councillor Lawrence is comfortable, I'm happy to drop the second point as well.
The part where it says rights.
What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, we're writing, like, obviously if our nom gets up to.
So I think Councillor Wyatt wanted us to remove
Point
bullet
two.
point 2, so that LGNSW writes to the Premier, the Minister, requesting permanent funding, given that it's mostly covered by the first point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're happy with
Like-
that?
I mean, maybe just change it to advocate. I
Yeah.
have the issue with the word rights.
Okay,
Say
just
advocate if
change
you
to
want to. It's
advocate.
probably different
Yeah.
because the first one you're talking about to instate a permanent funding, and then the second one's about permanent funding too, but it's just the rights.
Yeah.
I think it's the advocacy piece.
Councillor Coburn?
Just some information, please. So just for some more information around, so New South Wales government is going to remove the budget for Reconciliation New South Wales. Have they given a reason, and is that because it's being replaced by something else? Do we have some information around that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Councillor Bain and I are on the we're members of the Aboriginal network around here. I wonder if, because I obviously was an apology at that meeting that was discussed, was anything that came up in that meeting that alluded to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the local government Aboriginal network is very concerned about the closing of funding to Reconciliation New South Wales. And while it's welcome that Aboriginal Affairs is going to fund them for 6 months, what this proposal is asking for is to advocate for, and I support any strengthening of the terms, that it becomes a permanent line item in the state budget, so that it gives certainty to the Reconciliation New South Wales moving forward. I mean, it'd be interesting to say, well, you know, put a sunset clause in there and say when we've met all of the closing the gap targets, we don't need a Reconciliation Council anymore. But at this point, we really, really do. And if I may look at the national agreement on the priority reforms for closing the gap, you know, formal partnerships and shared decision making. Reconciliation New South Wales is a formal partnership. Building the community controlled sector, that is supported by Reconciliation New South Wales. Transforming government organisations, priority 3, that government organisations are relying on advice from Reconciliation New South Wales. And data, shared access to data, well, that's kind of, that priority reform 4 is a bit of a different ball game. Doesn't really include Reconciliation New South Wales, but they do serve a really important function, and they are really important. And I believe that it would be strengthening for us to support this motion to Local Government New South Wales, and I hope other councils around New South Wales, particularly those who have got members of the Local Government Aboriginal Network, will be supporting this.
Is there any more thoughts on this one? Councillor White?
There were supplementary questions asked during budget estimates. I mean, it would be interesting and the specific question is, why did you cut? It says, why did you cut funding to Reconciliation New South Wales? And what are your thoughts about being the only state in a state that doesn't have funding? Be interesting to know the answers to that. But they also do talk about increasing funding for closing the gap. But I agree that it doesn't hurt to put it there. And yeah, it would be curious to know why as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if we're happy with that, we might move out of committee and Councillor Pakes seconded. Councillor Coburn, is there any dissent? There is none. We're now out of committee of the whole. I think we've given enough discussion, so we might ask Councillor Matchett to close debate.
Yep, close the debate. I encourage all councillors to pass all of the noms put in front of us for submission to LGNSW.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There is none. We'll just now move to 10.12 before we break for lunch. So is there a mover for 10.12? Councillor Wyatt, is there a seconder? Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Thank you. I wanted to move this one because I have a statement before a question. So I just wanted to move that. Yeah. My recollection from being a councillor at the table during the SRV process and the subsequent 24-23 financial sustainability program, the development of that, in item 24, the SDC was determined whether the Slim Dusty Centre would remain open or closed. That's my recollection from being at that table then. It was to be the same process as for the airport, that council would receive a report, debate those merits and then make a decision. And in the case of the airport, we made a modification on that bit, and of that business model was chosen. From the airport study, it was confirmed that there was a legal requirement to keep it through agreements and a mutual understanding. I can't off the top of my head say what that specifically was, but I know that there was a legal requirement to agree with it. I think it was in 2022, maybe June, I think something like that. Council basically resolved to take over the STC, and there's the whole list there about a deed of agreement to transfer it to council. There's a museum property there, leasing that material, I think. Kempsey Shire Council was assigned the Crown land lease. There was an agreement to purchase some land, and later on we've now become that council is the Crown land manager for that. So we know that there is a legal requirement for the Slim Dusty Centre, which is the same, in my understanding, is the same as it was for the airport. Item 24 in the financial sustainability program, in that the 2024 to 34 document, was in response to community feedback about the SRV, and it was a councillor and community expectation that a business review would be undertaken like the airport. I remember having many discussions with other councillors at the time, and also former Director of Corporate and Commercial, and our understanding was that it was specifically going to have a review exactly like the airport one. So that's my statement. And thank you for bringing the reports. It's quite good. Yeah, it's good. I don't have any issues with the report. Thank you for that. So yeah, the question is then, it's actually item 21, sorry, not item 24. So it's item 21, says delivering best value for the community, Slim Dusty Centre, operational and business plan review of all SDC functions. Again, with my understanding that we would then make a decision to keep it or close it or modify it. So my question is, may I ask a question now? My question is, why then was a business sustainability analysis like the airport done for the SDC?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. In response to that, so the two items that you're actually speaking about were side by side. They were item 20 and 21 in the previous financial sustainability program. The item on the airport was quite clear. The initiative was a feasibility review. The outcomes were to look at current and potential usage infrastructure, capability requirements, operating costs, alternative service delivery models of the airport are understood, and the cost benefit to the community is optimised. And one of the actions out of that was that a feasibility study was undertaken and recommendations reported to council. And that's what you speak about, which looked at the options of closing the airport, keeping the airport, and different operating models. I can't say that was ever staff's intent with the Slim Dusty Centre. The item which was included in the plan was an operational and business plan review of SDC functions, including the cafe, retail, functions and events, gallery and museum. The outcome was that the operations and financial impacts are optimised, and the actual action was an operational and business plan review completed and reported to council. So it was never the intent of staff that we would do that same feasibility study for the Slim Dusty Centre when we entered into this plan. And the predominant motivator for that is we have a 10-year agreement with the Slim Dusty Museum Foundation to operate that museum until 2032. And there is no option to exit or cancel that contract under it. So the decision council made in 2022 bound them to operate that museum for at least 10 years.
Follow up? That's That's a good explanation. I like that. Feasibility, operational, note to self for next time. And that's fine. I understand. And I think the difference is the airport. We were sort of testing the waters about whether to close it or not, whereas this one is we're bound to a deed of agreement for 10 years, which therefore could represent some compensation issues, correct? Yeah, yes or no?
Through you, Madam Mayor, correct. That agreement could always be varied by mutual agreement between the parties in writing. But yes, that would be a challenging conversation.
Yeah. And in the financial performance there for 2024-25, it's actually reduced or improved by 34%. So you could assume that any feasibility study, it would have produced the same. So thank you. Thanks for that. That explains it. Thank you very much. But I have a question about the quadruple bottom line. What does quadruple bottom line reporting look like as opposed to previous performing report? Sorry, let me start that again. What does quadruple bottom line reporting look like as opposed to the previous reporting format, and what is the benefit? I couldn't see any I couldn't see a line specifically that says what is quadruple bottom line. So can you just explain that key achievement, please?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So in respect to the Slim Dusty Centre, the items that we're considering as part of the quadruple bottom line are economy, community, environmental and cultural considerations. And what that means is that when we're making a decision about a particular initiative or a particular project at the Slim Dusty Centre, we need to consider all of those factors in coming to a conclusion as to whether or not that is a good outcome, not necessarily just an economic consideration. And some examples of things that have happened there over the previous 12 months or so that were weighed up against that, and for instance came out on top with the Just Little Boys exhibition, was an example of one that if you were to evaluate that on a purely economic basis, it's not going to get up, but on that community and cultural basis, then that is an exhibition that makes sense to run. So it's just about making sure that when we're trying to weigh up the value for the community versus just the direct economic benefit, that we're taking into account all of those parameters and we're making decisions that deliver the best outcomes, considering all of those factors, not just an economic outcome.
Thank you. Is there any debate on this item? There is none. Councillor White, would you like to close debate?
Close debate. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one thing. I like the infographics in that report, and I like to read a report that's a short one too. So congratulations. So thank you, whoever wrote that report. The infographics are really good, easy to read. Thank you.
Just a quick question from Councillor Bain. Sorry.
Quick question. Where it identified that we had there were 41 venue hires. Did we pay ourselves for those venue hires, and is that included as part of the income? Even and I guess I can see the siloing of it's an income.
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, of the 41 venue hires that were reported in that year, 16 of them were external and 25 of them were internal Kempsey Shire Council hires. The question as to whether we pay ourselves on one hand is a clear yes, we do. On the other hand, it's a little bit more complex. If I'm running an event out at the Slim Dusty Centre, then yes, I will get charged a higher fee, but I live within the general fund and the Slim Dusty Centre lives within the general fund. So the net impact on council's bottom line is nothing, because there's an expense in one department and an income in another. On the other hand, if Mr. Trotter is to run an event out there, then that would represent a transfer from the water or the sewer fund to the general fund for that higher fee. Once again, council's bottom line on a consolidated basis doesn't change. We're paying ourselves from one department to another, but it is a transfer between those funds, and that is income for the general fund.
And can another two clarifications. I mean, I could make it as a quick comment, but since we're only doing questions, so the loss of circa $300,000 does not include the depreciation of $170,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
And the with the contractual obligation of a 10-year contract that can then be renewed at the discretion of the Slim Dusty Foundation for a further 10 years. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to look at the exact contract wording, but one of the key requirements was a reopener clause. So both parties need to come together and have a review at the end of that 10 years. I'd have to revisit the precise wording for what rights each party has.
So the second tranche of 10 years,
Yep.
we will have some negotiation.
I'll have to take
capacity
on
that.
notice exactly
Thank-
what rights both parties have. And just a point of clarification on your previous question about the depreciation, the reason we leave the depreciation out of those calculations is that building is an asset on Crown land of which council is Crown land manager. Including it doesn't give a good indication of the performance of the function because it is unavoidable whether the centre's operating, whether it's us in there, whether it's somebody else in there, whatever happens, council has that depreciation expense because we own the asset which is on the land that we hold. So there is no way that council can avoid that depreciation expense short of demolishing the asset.
Question?
Yeah, that was my question on depreciation. If the contract is ceased in 10 years' time and we've collected depreciation on that value, we said 170,000, 1.7 million in the 10 years, what then occurs with that depreciation allocation in the budget? And so, yeah, is it owned? We are the Crown land managers. That remains in council's.
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, there's two facets to that question. First of all, when you refer to sort of depreciation collected, depreciation is a non-cash item. So there is no actual cash that backs that depreciation number, but it does represent the offset of what we spend in our capital program. Given that we smooth that over the whole asset base, though, there's no material net impact on council's finances from that. The second part of the question is, yes, even if at the end of the 10 years, there was a decision to part ways of the parties, council remains the Crown land manager of that site and remains responsible for that building unless the New South Wales government appointed a different Crown land manager to it.
No further discussion. I will put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. We'll now adjourn for lunch. We'll just do half an hour, so we'll come back at 12. I need a motion to extend past 1 p.m. first. Councillor Matchett, seconded Councillor Pakes. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. So we'll just do a quick 20 minutes for lunch and we'll come back at 12:40. Right, councillors, we are back in council. We're going to go to item 10.13, which is the prioritisation of sealing and unsealed roads. We still have we have 8 items to get through on the agenda, and some councillors have already alluded that they have things in place this afternoon. So if we can try and make things efficient, that would be pleasing. Do we have a mover for 10.13? Councillor Wyatt, seconded Councillor Saul. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
I'll just go straight into questions to save 5 minutes. Thanks for the report. Thanks for following up with that. My questions are, number 1, is the report refers to a 75% contribution from grants and rates. Where's the other 25 expected to come from?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The 25% is viewed as a potential council contribution. So obviously, if we do get the grant funding, council would need to make a resolution to provide the other 25%. It would come through general revenue.
Copy that. Thank you. Spooners Avenue was identified by the community. Was identified by the community and is listed as top priority. Because it was identified by the community through the flooding event, can you just clearly explain the process and the steps required for it to become an approved project in the delivery program and operational plan? What are the steps needed for it to become on that list at some point in time?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Essentially, at the moment, there's no funding sources available. So if council was of a mind to make it an approved project through the delivery program, they'd have to put it up for consideration and then vote accordingly to have it incorporated as a program. And I guess the other point there is that to seal the Spooners Avenue or to upgrade Spooners Avenue for flood resilience, which are 2 different scopes, which could also both happen together, but could also be done separately.
Sorry, microphone, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for that. That's wasn't what I was expecting as an answer. So just yes or no for if council decide that it's a priority, we put it up onto the DP and OP. And
yes.
Where exactly is it's probably in there, but I couldn't see it. But I was reading this on the plane, so I'm not sure. Where exactly is the designated alternative flood access route and what condition is it currently in?
There is no designated flood access route currently. There is a route which was given to some people during the May flood event, which allowed them to go via Jack's Crossing, which is an unsealed road, which comes out further up Armadale Road. The road is an unsealed road. It was in particular dark, wet, and not well signposted. So a review of that alternative option is one that we will consider. We have done a little bit of a look in terms of the flood impacts on that road, and it provides a much higher level of flood resilience already than anything on Spooners Avenue at the moment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can probably add some historical context to that. Once upon a time, many years ago, Spooners Avenue was signposted as a designated flood-free route. That signage was removed at a guess, I would probably say about a decade ago, because the reality of it is it's only actually flood immune in very low floods. It is not flood immune beyond about the 1 in 10 level.
Microphone.
Copy that. What is required for staff to prepare an operations analysis for Spooners Avenue upgrades and alternative access?
Mr. Jackson.
Staff will have a look at those flood levels in more detail, and what's that? We'll have a look at the flood levels in more detail and then prepare a very high level cost analysis regarding any upgrades and signage required to the Jack's Crossing type of route versus the sort of upgrades required to get Spooners Avenue to a flood level of resilience, and also a comparison of that particular level of resilience. If Jack's Crossing is a sort of 1 in 50 year type event versus Spooners can only ever get up to a 1 in 10 or 1 in 20, obviously that's a consideration along the way in terms of value for money.
So I misinterpreted I misinterpreted then. So isn't number 2 there? It says the prepare an options analysis regarding the potential scope and cost to upgrade Spooners Avenue. So you're saying that the analysis will include a cost. Oh, gone. A cost to seal that or upgrade, whatever that looks like, and looking at an alternative route to the Pacific Highway. So there's 2 parts to that work there.
As it says, there's a feasibility of any other alternatives, and that Jack's Crossing route was used during the May flood event successfully, so that is an alternative route, and we will look to see if there are other alternative routes, variations on that theme via various roads, some of which include the railway bridge and others which don't. So yeah, there's options in there.
Copy that, because that's not how I interpreted it. I interpret it as being just the upgrading of the road. And does this need to be added to the DP plan then as work?
It is a feasibility exercise, so we're not anticipating a significant impact. We'll get our design and engineering team to have a look at this within their design allocations of the DP and OP.
Copy that. So no, given that there was a debate about us not wanting to commit staff to extra money for something that's potentially just a feasibility study, is there funds required to do that work? Well, there's resourcing anyway.
Mr. Medal?
So staff are employed to do a job. We've got design work there. Is going to be a stretch, but if it's something that council want us to look into, then it can be potentially accommodated within the discretionary element of those salary provisions. I think for me that the bigger question is, this is not going to lead to the delivery of a project in Spooners Avenue. The way this is written, the first step is, have we got the funding, 75% of it? Then you need to increase our allocation in the capital program to include another 25%. Once that's in place, then we can move forward into delivery. But I think we can accommodate the work that's spelled out in point 2 of the recommendation within the current financial constraints.
And my last final question is, since this matter was also raised politically during the flooding event with both our state and federal representatives involved in representing their constituents, and from my understanding, some of the visiting people, dignitaries, went along to that as well. Will they be formally, or can they be formally notified for the outcome of this report so that it can be sort of put to rest?
I'm more than happy to discuss that with both our state and federal member and forward on this motion. Yes, Mr. Middle.
Thank you. I think there's also another piece of the jigsaw, which is the correspondence we've had back from the rail operator that they have no intention of investing in improvements to the railway bridge as well. So we've got sort of this multi-piece, multi-jurisdictional puzzle to try and put together to get the community outcome that's all.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, because that's why I'm questioning the need to do number 2. We've got the decision there. It's a priority. Should funds become available, should things change, it's there as a priority, and therefore to do that needs a whole bunch of work being done, which would be all of that planning requirement. It's already stated there that
Councillor Wyatt, you have the right to reply, but now you're launching into another speech and you've opened debate. So you can't. You're right to reply. No, you haven't allowed other councillors to ask questions. So I'm just going to pause there. And Councillor Pakes, do you have a question?
Yeah, my question's on the flood-free route. The Jocks Crossing flood-free route. I know what is Jocks Crossing, not Jack's Crossing. It's both, is it? Yeah. Does that include the travel over the North Coast Railway? Does it use the same bridge on Spooners Avenue and then come to Chainers Pond Road, turn right, and then goes out to Jocks Crossing, turn left, and then down into the bush? Is that the direction, or is it another one?
There are different ways to get to the other end of that road. So you can use the Columbati level crossing. So obviously, if we get no movement from the rail group on upgrading the bridge, then we would suggest heavy vehicles go the other way. So if, as an option, and we need to go through the alternatives, but there are ways to get to that without crossing that rail bridge.
Just to be super clear on that, as soon as you come off past the tea tree farm, you're into flood area. So that other option you're discussing is underwater in a 1 in 5 year flood. It's not. It goes under pretty quickly. So I believe the only flood-free route, and I'll be just asked a question. The only flood-free route is along Spooners Avenue, right to Chain of Ponds, and Jocks Crossing. That's the alternative. That's correct. Yeah.
As I say, we were assessing the options. It says we'll look at alternative proposals. So we'll understand what the options are and provide that advice.
Yeah, my question was about what was suggested in the flooding in the answers you'd provided previously, and I just didn't know exactly what direction you were talking about. And yeah, for clarity to locals, that's why I'm asking.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, please, I actually thought Council was deciding not to actually realise new assets in this chamber, and yet we're talking about this possibly being sealed. Are we going in circles, or we're not keeping to our original thoughts, Madam Mayor?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. This report is in response to a notice of motion in June, where you resolved that you wanted a report brought back to you. This report, I think, reiterates the historic position that Council is no longer seeking to seal an extra kilometre a year or to increase its assets from that perspective. But where federal funding or state funding becomes available at that 75% level, then we may consider new projects. Of those new projects that may be considered, the top 6 are Spooners Avenue, ... So it's identifying where we would invest were we to receive grant funding, but it is not looking to progress these off our own bat and incur the costs that come with that.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. It is very similar to the Point Plumber funding for that road, which...
Yep. If you don't have a question, do we have any more questions or any more debate? Councillor White, you have the right to reply.
I want to put in an amendment, please.
Well, you're the mover of the motion, so you...
Oh, well, okay.
Do you amend it? Yep.
Yep. I kind of put it as a question. I based on the information that was provided around. I mean, we've got the answer there. It remains as a priority. When funds become available, it can be sealed. There's a whole lot of planning and approvals and design work to go in that, which will be done when and if it ever becomes a priority. As you know, some councillors have really platformed heavily on roads. Nothing's changed here. Roads is still this priority here. I don't see the value, therefore, in staff will prepare an options analysis regarding the potential for Spooners Avenue to upgrade. I would get rid of that bit and pursue routing that as the alternative Pacific High, what Councillor Pakes was talking about. You know, signpost it, grade it, whatever you need to do. I don't see the need in making you can end after Spooners Avenue. That's going to save indirect costs to the budget on staffing and reduce their pressures. Help you manage resources. I don't see the need to do that report. I would just look at investigate, or maybe it's delete number 2 altogether.
If I can
thoughts.
If I can just clarify.
So we're not in
perhaps?
committee, and just I'll let Mr. Jackson clarify, and then clarify Mr. Jackson, and then we'll move on to debate of the amendment.
Okay, just to clarify, so the point number 2 is regarding an options analysis about flood resilience upgrades, so raising of the road, etc. Point number 1 is all about simply sealing the road as it stands currently. Option 2 will be an options analysis of raising the road, and then we'll also include sealing or not sealing as 2 valid options as well. So yeah, option 2 is an options analysis regarding raising the road for flood resilience specifically, nothing to do with just the generic, we're going to seal the road as it stands. So just if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it makes sense, but I don't see that as a priority.
So just to
Sorry,
clarify,
may I just move to committee of the whole, because I'd like to hear what my other colleague councillors say and be quick. I'll be quick. Move to committee of the whole so I can hear what other councillors have to say.
would you like to, you move?
Yes, yes.
Seconded by Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We're now in committee of the whole. Any thoughts on this amendment from councillors? Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, I would like to resolve to accept the resolution as it stands, because we're looking at flood resilience, and we're talking about options for flood resilience for the people to have access to getting into the shops in a flood event, to getting to catch that plane or catch the train or do what they need to do, whatever the reason that they need to get into town. Whether it's Medicaid, there's options of getting helicopters to deliver stuff out. But if we can put an options analysis along the lines of already staff allocated to do design work, I can't see there's any issue with knowing what our options are. And then if potentially there isn't going to be money around for sealing unsealed roads, but there might be money around for improving flood access, before the next climate variation natural emergency.
Thank you. Councillor Pakes.
I'm not sure how many people have driven Jocks Crossing Road and out that direction. It's a bit of a trek. And I think what you're probably asking people to do is go a fairly long distance around in probably a two-wheel drive car and probably a road not sufficient for two-wheel drive vehicles. And it just begs the question of whether that's the best option. Yes, we know it's an option, but I'd probably run back to the CEO and Mr. Jackson and ask, is there any benefit in having that options analysis when funding becomes available? Because is it any better than just not having it? The reality of gaining funding on an options analysis, is that really going to be a big step forward, or are we still going to have to do the work either way?
Mr. Jackson.
Certainly undertaking an options analysis is a step along the way in terms of securing funding. So you might recall from the Flood Mitigation Action Plan that options were analysed and a recommendation put forward based on potential benefits of each particular option. So this would be another item in that. It does mention in the report that it wasn't considered back then, but that was more to do with floodplain, and we're a bit above that. So having an options analysis does lead the way, and then if council was of a mind, they could choose to pursue an option further. A lot of grant funding opportunities nowadays are coming with the thing of they are only for design work. So the next step could be we have an option identified, we've done some analysis of its benefits, and then we get funding to actually design it in detail. And then phase 2 of those funding streams usually says, and now there's a construction phase. So it is definitely of benefit if we are trying to make a case that this is a valid and useful route for our community to use, whether it's via the longer route on Jocks Crossing or the shorter route via Spooners Avenue. It's cost benefit analysis, and also the functionality in various events is something that'll be very important in that analysis.
I think to your point, Mr. Jackson, allowing the staff to do the work to assess the merits rather than debating it in this chamber without all the information in front of us is probably something to consider. While we are locals, I've driven on many different roads. I've taken flood-free routes from Trumbie all the way back around Euroka, around to South Kempsey to get to town. I think I do have that local knowledge, but that ability to investigate, to scope, to search and to understand, I believe we should give the opportunity for staff to do that. Councillor Pakes.
Just specific to the North Coast Railway, both of those options still require, the key point is the North Coast Railway. And if that's not upgraded to a heavy vehicle standard, heavy enough to take, what is it now? It's about 2.5 metres. It's very narrow, 2.6 metres. You can only just get through there with a regular sized trailer, plant trailer. a low loader with a 20-ton excavator wouldn't go through there. So ultimately, the biggest key point here is that North Coast Railway. So there's no point doing any scoping works unless you've got a solution for that bridge, because nobody's going anywhere through there in any situation unless that bridge is fixed. So don't waste any time and money on it until you get a solution on that front.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with Councillor Pakes on that, because it's not necessarily, having access during a flood for a low loader. It's actually having access for people to get in to get shopping and medication and toilet paper and nappies and milk and, the things that people need to get by in there. Maybe cigarettes and alcohol as well. Who knows? But definitely the bread, milk, and the necessities of life.
I would like to see a show of hands who would like to see the motion as it originally was. Well, that's 7-2. Can we get a motion? Do you want to speak, or a motion to come out of committee?
I can still put it up, perhaps, although maybe, just let me say this. The North Coast Railway one is, I agree with Councillor Pakes. They clearly said it's not a priority for them. So why would we waste our resources and money if it's not a priority with them? It's very similar to the issue that we've got out of South West Rocks with Transport New South Wales. They don't, why would we spend money on something that is not our responsibility? My first point. And the second one is flood risk mitigation option study, which was undertaken in 2023, adopted by us, did not include the upgrade of Spooners Avenue as a recommended project. So I don't see the necessity of adding this, because it adds work, it adds resources. We have agreed that it is a priority for sealing. I want to ask a question to those that have experience in flooding, and I'm specifically, that have experience in flooding. If, in terms of an alternative access, and we're talking about getting into town to access shops, and I presume it's Kempsey Town, can they get into, if it's all flooding around the town, won't the Macleay Valley Way between Fredericton and town, isn't that always going to be flooding? Isn't that going to be flooding as well? So they can't get into this town, but I guess they could get into other towns.
Councillor Wyatt, people in West Kempsey were isolated from getting out of town. So if we ran out of medicine at the hospital, if we ran out of food at our grocery stores in West Kempsey, people in West Kempsey were running out of food in the last flood. So the ability to get from West Kempsey out of town to go buy more food was what we lost the ability to do. So you might have, for me in when it was in the May floods, I was lucky I had food at home, but for people who were living just over there, they literally were not able to buy groceries from the grocery store. So they were the ones who were impacted by the inability for, food trucks or, to get out to go buy food. So it's not for people on the other side of the river to necessarily potentially get to town. It's for people to also get out.
Correct. That wasn't the question I was asking, but thank you for that explanation.
Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, just on that point, those trucks that deliver the food need to go across that bridge to deliver the food to West Kempsey. And that's the point, is that if you want food deliveries and you want heavy vehicles to run across that bridge and you want food in West Kempsey, you need that bridge upgraded.
Could I move that we return to open council?
Yeah. Seconded. Any dissent? There is no dissent. Is there any debate on the motion? Otherwise, Councillor White, you have the right to reply.
Well, my right of reply is I do not agree with expending resources on number 2, but I certainly thank the report. It's clear here. It remains as a priority. Vote with your conscience, how you would like.
I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now move to item 11.1, notice of motion, Crown Land Reserve expenditure. Councillor Coburn, you want to move your motion? Do you have a seconder? Councillor White, Councillor Coburn, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I do have an amendment to this particular notice of motion. It was a timing mechanism that seemed to lose my amendment. So I would like to put forward my amendment before I speak to it.
Would you like to just move? Can you just move? I'll just let you move that emotion. Yeah, we'll just let you move the alternative one and just let that other one go by the wayside.
Thank you.
So you can speak to your new motion, which I believe is going to come up on the screen soon. And whenever you're ready, Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I bring this motion forward today to ensure that when we transition from concept plans to funded projects, we do so with the best possible information. Many of these concept plans were approved in 2021. Since then, the cost of construction, asset maintenance and renewal has shifted dramatically. We cannot responsibly commit to projects based on outdated figures. This motion asks for updated financial assessments so that we understand the true costs today, including whole-of-life costs and funding impacts. It also reaffirms our commitment to the long-term financial plan, ensuring we reduce the infrastructure backlog and do not create new assets without proper financial assessment. Our community expects us to manage their money wisely, and this is a key step in doing so. Equally important is the alignment with our environmental and strategic goals. Our caravan parks and foreshore areas are highly valued. Assets in these areas are subject to harsh coastal conditions and must be designed with sustainability and longevity in mind. We need to make sure that what we invest in today continues to deliver value for years to come without undermining our environmental responsibilities. Finally, we must recognise that some of these decisions intersect with broader community partnerships and future strategic directions. Before committing significant funds, we should understand those implications. This motion doesn't stop progress, and I'm not against progress in any way, shape or form, but it strengthens it by ensuring councillors are fully informed and confident in the decisions we make. So I commend this motion to you and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions on this notice of motion? Councillor Matchett?
I have a question. I noticed in the original document, Mr. Metal had some feedback about concerns about the original motion, just in terms of how much that might delay processes and efficiencies. Am I able to ask, are you satisfied with this alternative motion? And does that satisfy a lot of your concerns that you raised?
Yeah, I'm happy to say that I've worked with Councillor Coburn and we've come to a position where I think both parties are happy. Thank you.
Is there any further questions? Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, please. Yeah, sort of online with that as well. May I ask a question of Councillor Coburn? Based on sort of discussions that we've had and your original notice of motion and the one that you've had before, and just understand and listening to conversations that you've had before, that is different to that. My understanding is that you're wanting to see the budget. Show me where the money is. You're wanting to see a budget on council managed Crown lands. Does that satisfy that need?
Look, the important issue for me, the short version is yes, to a point. For me, it's about historic plans that have been determined by previous councils in the context of what they were approving at that time. Years pass before projects start to be delivered, and that's often because it's a project of being staged. And the costs, as we know, have exploded since consideration was given back in the time when these concept plans were initially brought before council. A concept plan, to me, is just that. It's a concept plan. And for me as a councillor, it is truly important that we understand the full costing impacts of what we're agreeing to. So all I'm asking for is that I understand. I had asked a question, just for example, around this year's operational plan, and I noted there was $600 which had been put in specifically about Horseshoe Bay. Now, when I asked, how do we come up with that amount? What does that amount represent? I was told that amounts were just popped into the operational plan to begin the process of starting to deliver the project. That is too grey for me. It doesn't still allow me to understand what the project is fully going to cost and what the business analysis for that is in the background. And I just think in the context of being truly transparent for the councillors and for the community, it's important that we have the ability to look at those things before they get to the point where they're actually put into an operational plan, so that as councillors we have more information and we're satisfied and comfortable with what we're doing and making good decisions for our community.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, just a question, please, again to the CEO. If this doesn't get up, what's the status quo then, so we know both sides of the story, please?
So I haven't been through a budget setting process here. My intent for the coming year was to begin work on the budget and run a series of sessions with councillors to make sure you were across more of the detail about what's being proposed. This coming year, we've got the budget to set. We haven't got to finalise the CSP, the DP. You've got those two in place. It's the OP that'll be the focus this year. So my intent was to take councillors on more of a journey so that we get to a budget that people understand more of the nuts and bolts that make up what I would call key projects. So it might be a mixture of capital and operating, but they're things that make a difference and where you can have impact. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or debate on this motion? Would you like to close debate, Councillor Coburn?
Thank you. I have, as you know, I have always been very interested in the Crown Land Reserve because it is an area for council where, yes, they can make profit, but there's more to it than just that. So for me, this is just about full transparency. For me, it's being giving me the information that I personally, and I believe most councillors will need to make good decisions, so that we fully understand what the plan is, how that's going to transition itself into an actual project, how that's going to be delivered, and the full cost of that. If it's something that where we're looking in these instances, particularly on that Crown Land Reserve with our commercial projects, it's really important that we get it right in the first instance. These are areas that are very important to our Shire. We're very lucky to have them, but it is also important that we manage them in the right context, where we keep the balance of what community, business, visitors want, as well as the needs of the council moving forward. So it's about clarity for me, clarity in making decisions. So I would encourage councillors to support me in this particular notice of motion, because it's just giving us more information before we're committing to putting these projects on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissent. The motion is carried. We now move to item 11.2, notice of motion, councillor staff interaction policy. Councillor Bain, would you like to move your motion? Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move the motion.
Seconder, Councillor Selby. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
I would like to. Thank you very much. I think this is one of the issues that came up when I did the professional development for the councillor, the certificate, elected member certificate course, and I had a close look at the Office of Local Government Model Policy, and one of the basic tensions within the operation of a functional or a dysfunctional council is the difference between what is strategic leadership and what is operational function. And any lack of clarity on those roles leads to stress and frustration on behalf of both the elected members and the staff. That lack of clarity can result in inefficiencies of the use of time. The purpose of this is to support people to know what lane they're in. As councillors, we have a strategic leadership role with big picture thinking. Staff's role is to implement the operational functions. So for an example that I've been, an analogy I've been given to use is that of a helicopter. Okay, we need to be a helicopter. As strategic leaders, we have to be a helicopter with a bit of an overview of everything that's going on. Not necessarily down in the weeds around one specific item. So we want to do that. The purpose of this policy is to develop a positive working relationship between the staff and councillors. I think we'd all agree that a positive working relationship is going to improve our efficiency and effectiveness. Councillors have more than a right, they have a responsibility to make informed decisions. But that doesn't mean we need to know every detail about every operational thing that's going on. When we're asking questions, I believe that we as councillors need to be more cognizant, more aware of that we're asking higher order strategic questions rather than down in the weeds with what sometimes feels like operational interrogation. I think the result of this policy will be clear lines of communication. It's time framed. So there are expectations on council staff to respond to us within a particular amount of time. And then there's also quarterly reporting on the councillor request system. Now, I'd like to stress that I think the councillor request system has been an extremely positive move, the online portal, as opposed to how it used to be managed. Like this, but we are stepping in the right direction. I'm not saying that we're dysfunctional. I'm not saying that we're broken. I'm just saying that we can be, that there is an opportunity here for some significant improvement. And in terms of what we've got up there is each of those 5 points are points from the Office of Local Government Model Policy that are not mandatory, but I think can be important. So I hope councillors have had a look at the model policy, and I would hope that staff find that the intent of this notice of motion is actually to improve our relationships and to make life much easier for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Are there any questions on this notice of motion? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd also like to ask the CEO his opinion, please. Any flaws or anything about this that may cause problems, just so we have both sides of the story. Thank you.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy that the model policy forms a good basis for us to move forward. It's one of probably 3 policies that we now need to move forward with. Today, you've gone through the councillor expenses and facilities policy. So we've got the councillor and staff interaction model policy to move forward with, the model media policy and the model social media policy. So we'll look to move those forward so that we all have a comprehensive suite of information and guidelines. The intent of this is to create that clarity, so our respective parts of the role to the best of our abilities. As I've said to members on a number of occasions, the way this council is going to fly is because we have come together as a really strong team. The staff, the leadership and the elected members come together, form a strong partnership, and part of that is knowing whose piece of the jigsaw is whose role and responsibility is whose, and we provide you with the service you need to fulfil your jobs in response to the needs of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Councillor Wyatt.
I have a question around those three policies, and particularly this one actually is the community don't know the difference between operation and strategic, and there's some sections of the community that think that we can direct staff to do what, like we're your boss and everybody else's boss, which is such a myth. So I request that when this policy is done, is if in that councillor page, like your council, if you can provide really clear roles and functions of what a councillor does, because I think we talked in one of the previous ones, we talked about reputational damage and face of an organisation. It's reputational damage for us when we're constantly, the community think that we direct council staff. So if you could just provide some clarity on the website under your council, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Can you do that, Mr. Medal? Any further question? Oh,
sorry. So, yes, we can. It's not beyond the wit of man to be able to do that. The challenge will always be, as we all know, there's black, there's white, and there's those shades of grey in the middle. And we'll just try and manage those as we can. I know Councillor Bain has a really good mechanism for making sure that members of the public who contact him have been to see us first for operational matters. That seems to work really well. Please just forward them to the council as we up our game in terms of delivering consistently good customer service. I hope that there will be less things that are challenging you and that customers come to us first and bypass another pair of hands in a process.
thank you. Any further questions or any debate on this policy? If there is none, you can close debate, Councillor Bain.
Morning, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you, Councillor White. Policy development is what we're about. That's what our role is. Our role is policy development, is guiding policy development, financial oversight, that long-term planning. We need to be thinking about what's going to go in the operational plan for next year. That's the sort of work that elected members are meant to be doing. And I think with the compliance policy that went through today, that risk management guideline makes it very, very easy for me when someone rings me about something to say, hang on, let's have a look at the risk management. Okay, I'm sorry, I know it's a really important thing in your life today, but in terms of the broader picture of what's going on in the Shire, it's not going to be it's not going to be a priority. And people need to understand that. People need to take responsibility for their own relationships with their neighbours and so on. And I think this policy is going to work in tandem with those other policies to make greater transparency and better delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Bain, for putting that forward. Great initiative there. We now move to item 11.3, which is notice of motion homelessness from Councillor Lawrence. Would you like to move it? Do you have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Selby. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to open debate?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I speak to this notice of motion on homelessness, a crisis that is not just growing but evolving in ways we can no longer afford to ignore. It demands not only compassion but coordinated and local leadership. Why this matters. Kempsey Shire is facing deep social challenges. According to the 2021 census, 195 people were experiencing homelessness in our region. But we now know this number is just the tip of the capture, the hidden homelessness of those couch surfing, living in overcrowded homes or staying in unsafe domestic violence situations because they have nowhere else to go. I've spoken with local community stakeholders, service providers, housing advocates and community leaders, and they've confirmed that many of us have already suspected. The real number is far higher, and we're seeing families doubling up in homes, young people sleeping rough, and women staying in dangerous environments. In Kempsey, nearly 8% of households, that's 901 in total, have unmet needs for affordable housing. That's significantly above the regional New South Wales average. And with a median weekly rent of $300 and a median income of $1,085, many are in one crisis away from losing their home. What this motion proposes are 4 practical immediate actions. This motion aligns with our community strategic plan 2000 to 2045, which calls for inclusive and connected community. It supports our community infrastructure strategy, which aims to ensure equitable access to services, and it directly supports the New South Wales Government's homelessness strategy, developed in collaboration with local services and people with lived experience. As mentioned, the Minns Labor government confirmed its record $6.6 billion to social housing and homelessness through the Building Homes of New South Wales program, delivering over 1,700 homes in the past year and reducing the social housing wait list by average of 8 months. This is a significant step forward. We must ensure Kempsey is not left behind. Council has a role to play, not just in advocacy, but in leadership. By supporting this motion, we are saying we see the need, we hear our community, and we are ready to act. This homeless notice of motion is not just about adding new unfunded burden on ratepayers or anyone like that. It's about using our existing role as a connector, advocate, and educator to leverage partnerships and state resources. The cost of doing nothing is far greater in emergency health policing and social impacts, and those costs ultimately come back to our community. It's about smart preventative action by raising awareness, improving referral pathways, and advocating for state and federal investment. We can reduce the strain on local services and improve outcomes without blowing the budget. I commend this motion to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Do we have any questions on this notice of motion? Any debate? Question, Councillor White?
Just on point number 2, it says nominate a staff representative to regularly attend those interagency meetings. So my understanding is there's a couple. There's one about DV, which has homelessness. There's one around disability, which is homelessness. There's one around youth, which also has homelessness. And then there's a general one around homelessness. And my understanding too is that there is a staff member that attends some of those. So perhaps through to Councillor Lawrence, what is your intention for that? What does that look like for you?
With consultation, I guess, with staff around this particular point, staff don't actually attend the meetings, so I'm not sure. Yeah, so that's why I put it in there, and they were happy for that to be put in there as well. So, yeah.
So sorry, just a clarify. Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as well as I have spoken to the people that run the group. So the Housing Service Action Group, that's it's got a lot of stakeholders in there, particularly Neighbourhood Centre, to name a couple, YP Space, and yeah, so they've got some good stakeholder engagement in there and advocacy in that space. So I think that's obviously like I would imagine that group would be my first point for council's involvement, and especially having broader advocacy with those other stakeholders as well would benefit council long term in terms of us gaining more support and advocacy at a higher level.
Thank you. Councillor White, do you have any further questions?
Oh, just in confirmation. So it's a staff member to address that specific group, which they're currently not. And those other interagency groups, do staff members attend those 4 other? I thought they did.
I personally have seen Aisha Spokes at the youth one. I'm not sure about the other one that you mentioned.
Yeah,
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We make best efforts to attend all of the interagency groups where we possibly can. So from time to time, we're unable to get a staff member to them due to leave or vacancies. But we attempt to get to all the interagency meetings.
Councillor Bain.
May I just make a comment on that? That I attend the Domestic Violence Monitoring Committee, and I have feedback between council and that committee.
Thank you, Councillor.
Not officially as a councillor, not in my. I'm not. It's not an elected role. It's just something I do.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, please, it says number 1, coordinates with other providers a local homeless awareness campaign. How does that work, please?
Councillor Lawrence. And yeah, just further clarification.
Clarify.
Homelessness week, like next year, this year?
Yeah, it was this year. I just noticed, I guess, and that I guess council's involvement around Homelessness Week, I guess we could have done more, and through conversations and partnering up with other stakeholders around that movement. Yeah, that was my intentions around that point.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Is there any debate on this motion or any further questions? Councillor Coburn.
Just in light of the previous conversation we had, that number 2, because it's saying you want to nominate a staff representative, but the understanding that I got from that conversation is we already have staff representation.
Sorry, the clarification was that staff attended other meetings, but there isn't one that attends this specific meeting that's stated yet.
Thank you.
All right. Any debate? Or Councillor Lawrence, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, fellow councillors, and I commend this motion. I hope you can support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. We'll now move to my onslaught of reports. 11.4, Delegates Report, ALGA National General Assembly Report 2025. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Match. Thank you. The ALGA National General Assembly happens every year down in Canberra. It's a really good opportunity to represent our region on a national stage. So ALGA is the Australian equivalent of Local Government New South Wales, who also have their own advocacy platform. Also a voting delegate, as each year the similar to annual conference for, or the same as annual conference for LGNSW, the policy platform is renewed to make sure that it's up to date with the issues of the day. During the conference, we were addressed firstly by Sam Mostyn, the Governor-General of New South Wales, and Michael and I were lucky enough to have a chat with her afterwards as she checked in on our community after the floods. There was some really interesting keynote, particularly around regional Australia and the future of Australia. Around the future of Australia, really, the regions really having a role, particularly around farming and how in farming, how services are going to be built around sustaining that. So that was a really interesting keynote. And also, I guess, how natural disasters are really playing, I guess, havoc on our economy, and just the way that in the last 10 years, just the bill for natural disasters has really gone up significantly. And we've seen, we're no stranger to natural disasters in our community, and we've certainly seen a bit of a bill this year to the tune of, I think, over $70 million, but that's happening all over Australia. So that was one of the conversations. We heard from Minister McBain, who is, funnily enough, both local government and emergency management minister, but it was a good opportunity to have a voice at that table and to hear about the issues of the day. But do any councillors have any questions on this? Councillor Wyatt.
The theme says climate adaptation launch is that it's adapting together around climate change. And given that the government there was an announcement yesterday about 1.5 million people would be affected by climate change. And there's also political issues around at the moment between a split between government and opposition around net zero. What was the reaction to that launch from the room?
Well, they did it in a bit of a panel, but I think particularly from the regions, there's a welcoming of that report, particularly as, you know, responding to disasters, the bushfires that have happened, floods. Yeah, positive. Was a few months ago, so I. Councillor Bain.
Yeah, in terms of climate change and climate action, was it in your memory? Was it more about mitigation and responding, or was it about putting in strategies to reduce emissions, or was it a bit of both?
From my perspective, it was all about mitigation, responding, and preparedness. Yeah. Councillor Pakes.
You mentioned about farming. Obviously, our area's pretty heavily primary industry based. What were the supporting industries you just mentioned about that might be coming along for regional New South Wales, Australia?
For that context, I think it's around particularly regional communities, you know, particularly when you look at ours, we have like a large farming or a farming base, but do we have services that exist in our community to sustain the people being able to live here? Does that make sense? So if we move from investing into the regions and move away from that, we are going to be able to sustain things like farming. Does that make sense?
Total sense. Probably more relevant to Western New South Wales than on the coast. We've got lots of services around us, so.
We probably don't farm things like cotton and things like that are as much broader scale in Western New South Wales as well. Councillor Wyatt.
Just the point around direction, I mean, your direct engagement with leaders. Is there, so the role of our local member there being Pat Conahan and a National Party representative, and is it sort of his role to work with you in that parliament? So that's why you've had meetings with David Littleproud as opposed to any people in government? Is that how it works? Is like the member helps you as the mayor, so you can't go off and have a meeting with the Labor Party?
Yeah, so no, that's not true. So it's like protocol. So if I'm meeting with someone down in state parliament, I'll work with Michael Kemp to secure that meeting, and generally the ministers are in the Labor Party because that's the way the government works. So that's in tandem. And the way that we met with Pat down or Mr. Conahan down in Canberra was that it was a sitting week, and he took us on a tour of Parliament and gave us the option to meet with Mr. Littleproud as well. But there were no, I guess, pertinent meetings for us to meet with any ministers at that time. Otherwise, we would have made those appointments through Mr. Conahan. All right. If there aren't any further questions, I'll close debate and I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. 11.5 Delegates Report Country Mayors Association for the 8th of August. I'll move this. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bain. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, but the most recent theme for the country mayors was crime, law and order. So they rotate themes throughout the year. The next one is on housing, skills and education. This was a really good meeting. We actually heard about biodiversity offsets on the day before from Minister Penny Sharp and her people. And then the next day we heard from Yasmin Catley and the Deputy Police Commissioner. Some of the things that came out of that was the extension of Operation Sateria, which came out of the Regional Crime Inquiry, and an update just on, I guess, perceptions of crime, which for me, I think it's really pertinent as councillors, the image or the image, but just the way that we portray our community is really important. I think a refreshing thing for me was when I went to Canberra went to Canberra with Mr. Trotter, someone reflected that akubras were made in Kempsey, and that was one of the first times someone's asked me about akubras being made in Kempsey as opposed to Kempsey being the capital for crime. So I think that was a really nice reflection. Some other things were about illegal tobacco and an Upper Hunter Drive program. But yeah, are there any questions about my travels to country mayors? Councillor Wyatt.
Oh, that's nice. The akubra read instead of the crime. Just for your interest, at Sydney International Airport, right in the food court there, really good display of a Cobra. I don't know whoever organised that, but it's fantastic.
Yes, kudos to Akubra for recognising South Street Kempsey as the place that Akubras are made. Any further questions, Councillor Coburn?
Yeah, I just have a question. I noticed some feedback around the crime figures and updated information around how that was performing. And I noticed they did say that there had been a decrease in some of the house break-ins and car thefts, but we did have an increase in those domestic violence issues. Was there any further conversation had around that change at all, or it was just something that was noted in statistics?
Something that was noted, but I think anecdotally it was said that sometimes a rise in DV is good because that means people are actually reporting it. And I know that sounds a bit strange, but I think that was something anecdotally said. But yeah, I couldn't give any more on that. Any other questions? All right. I'll close debate and put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. Carried. I'll now move to 11.6, Delegates Report, Water Services Australia Association Chairs Forum 2025. I'll move it. Seconded, Councillor Saul. This was a really interesting one. I went to Canberra a few weeks ago for the WSAA Chairs and Leaders Forum, and it was a really interesting and important conversation around the future of utilities for Australia and New Zealand. I really commend the work of Director Trotter in our own utilities for a regional council in Australia. To be honest, I think we're really on the front foot with the investments we're making to renew our infrastructure, but the grant funding that we've secured. It was interesting to hear from, yeah. It was interesting to hear that Sydney Water's actually gone for a special rate variation on their water rates because they've got an infrastructure backlog. So it's interesting, I guess, in the state of play, infrastructure backlogs on the whole, but particularly for water and sewer. But it was really great to be there. That was one of the things that actually sparked my extra interest in AI, which interestingly, the keynote said that if you had a water main break in the US, it would use more water than what AI is using on a daily basis. So that was a really interesting comparison to make. But also the fantastic work that they're doing in First Nations engagement, which I have really seen Wes carry through to our council here. So a really great forum for people who just want to share good practice, who want to share their good ideas and their innovations, and a really great thing for us to be a part of. So if councillors have any questions. No question. Oh, Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'd probably refer this question to Director Trotter, but yeah, where is the technology coming from with WSAA? Are they looking to Europe? Are they looking to the States? Who is the driver of technology in the water and sewer space? And yeah, where is 10 years in front of Australia and New Zealand and those other places?
It's a real hard one. Probably some of the sort of Israel's always been a really big driver of water efficiency with a lot of their technology. Same as Dubai and those sorts of sort of desert countries. They've got massive investment going in at the moment, desalination, things like that. So I just saw commissioning of a 600 million litre a day plant in Dubai recently. So there's a lot of investment going on in that space. Once again, talking about waste of money, water and wastewater costs a lot of money as well. So once again, there is a massive infrastructure backlog across the world. It's not only Australia, New Zealand, UK is in a very bad spot. And sort of that is a place that the industry is looking at the moment of what not to do. So, you know, there's that space there. There's, you know, Kenny talked about Sydney Water's Mayor Ring. Talked about Sydney Water's submission to IPART. They applied for a 50% rate increase over the next 4 years. So that's a sort of, and that's nowhere near delivering what they need to. They've got a $30 billion infrastructure backlog over the next 10 years. They realise they can probably only complete about 10 billion, and you know that 50% would get them you know, the incorporation to that, but you know they're not going to be anywhere near it. So, and that's what we're seeing basically all over the country. So, yeah, so very different. Yeah, technology wise, though, there's stuff going on here. Singapore's always been a big leader. You know, there's a lot of European companies and countries that are looking towards like a ceramic membrane technology instead of your poly membranes. You know, there is a lot of stuff going on, and you know, it's really good stuff, but it's expensive. Yeah.
And supplementary to that is the needs around rural New South Wales communities in country areas different to those in Sydney relative to Sydney Water. You know, we've got an abundance of pretty good quality water available fairly close to our major population. You know, it doesn't cost a whole lot to get it out of it technically does cost a lot, but relative to a metro area, do you find that there's a difference between the country areas versus the people like Sydney Water or Hunter Water and that sort of stuff? We've got different needs and different ages and infrastructure.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There's a lot of differences. So their connections per kilometre of pipeline is a lot different. So you get that economy of scales that we obviously don't have. So you know, so there's a lot of advantages in that space. With our topography doesn't sort of lend well a lot of the time to cheap distribution of water, so we do pump a lot. You know, in a lot of places we have it's just too flat. So you know, there's issues with that. You know, you go to a Sydney or a Canberra, and you know the use of gravity is you know, quite amazing what they did with various tunnels and using those different elevations. So so there's that sort of things. Aging infrastructure is a massive issue right across the country, the world. You know, and with that aging infrastructure, you get things like infiltration happening, things like that. So talking about AI, you know, there's a lot of manhole level readers that you know, different organisations are starting to use, not only to predict infiltration, but it'll also predict chokes in sewer mains before they actually happen. So, you know, instead of getting people out on call, you know, they can be programmed in and go, you know, jet that main or whatever and remove that choke. So, you know, that's another big space. AI is a massive in the water industry for everything from looking at you know, kilometres and kilometres of CCTV vision, you know, and analysing that video right through to things like choke and consumption and you know, infiltration levels to different wells and stuff like that. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. All right, if there's no debate on this one. Oh,
I just wanted to say one thing. I just wanted to commend, obviously, you, Madam Mayor, for attending and participating in this. No, it's great because I could obviously see the benefits that, you know, in the report that you've been able to advocate, and yeah, and also obviously commend Mr. Trotter and you know, on the First Nations partnerships. So yeah, can I ask a question about who they are? With partnering, like, is there any specific partnerships that you can talk to,
or the First Nations with council or WSAA with council? Oh, look, since I've been with council, you know, we've got I've done a lot of work with Ricky Rudder working on that sort of things. We've got Real Futures as well, that we've had partnerships, and that's in all sorts of work, from labour hire to, getting people into traineeships. There's DQ has just put out a roadmap for basically the water industry recruitment, which our council features on the front cover. With the work that we've done, there's a video that's just about to be released, just about the Indigenous traineeships and apprenticeships that we have, and the support that they have. So we did that in conjunction with Kempsey Shire Council. So that went really well. So the workforce roadmap document, it's worth having a look at. Like I said, there's three of us on the front cover. So just don't look at the bloke on the left hand side of the cover. The other two are good looking young men. It's a really good thing that we're making inroads in that space, and we're being recognised for what we're doing. So it's been really good. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. Councillor Coburn.
Can I just make a comment on that? I mean, that fact that Kempsey is showing innovation and is really putting itself out there as one of the councils that is acting before that critical point happens. I think that's a bit of a good news story that would be good to put out to the community, because all they go is, oh my God, they're borrowing all this money. But for them to understand the, I guess, the investment that you're putting into that area and how you're leading local councils, I think that's a really good news story for our shire. Just saying.
Oh, I was going to say, because that could be something that we could put in with the group that I'm on, with the toolkit that I'm doing. So yeah, I'll have a chat with you, Mr. Trotter.
Yeah, and as soon as the video is released from DQ, which they should be this week, we'll share that around as well. So, and it's really good to put that in that that toolkit, and and see what Bega and Kempsey have been doing in that space. Yeah.
Thank you. We're not going to clap for you again, but great work. Yeah. Just if you can disseminate that, but we might put the motion now, if that's all right, so we can get on with the business. Is there any dissent? There is none. We now need a motion to move into confidential. Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Pakes. Is there any dissent? There is none. We'll now move. It's not in my block. So we're now move into closed session. Sorry to our beautiful gallery. In open council. Yeah, and we're live again. Well, that concludes our business for today. Just before we finish, Talia, do you want to read the motions from confidential?
Okay, the following confidential matter was passed during item 7, items passed by exception. So for item 12.1 legal matters, council resolved that council receives and notes the report. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Webster. Thank you, councillors, for your participation in debate today. It was very meaningful, and it was great to see us really engage with some of those topics that came up. Just on short reflection, last week was Are You OK Day, so I encourage you all to check in on each other and ask, are you okay? Especially as sometimes these meetings can take a long time and take a lot of effort and a lot of our feelings. But thank you all for your participation. Thank you for everyone for joining online and our lovely gallery member who left early. Yeah, thank you everybody. I declare the meeting closed at 1:55.
Just to give all the councillors a heads up, we've got a